Good morning and a very good day to all of you. Welcome to the University Putra Malaysia 3-minute thesis competition 2026. Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to make several important reminders for you to take attention upon throughout today's competition.
Firstly, this event will be broadcasted live on School of Graduate Studies YouTube channel, so feel free to share them with your family and friends.
Secondly, you are required to stay seated in your place and not to leave the auditorium before the first half of the competition ends.
And thirdly, you are required to switch off your mobile phones or switch them into silent mode throughout the event. It is to ensure that the presenter's presentation is not disrupted while being evaluated. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to have a very quick recap on the rules and regulations of the competition for today. Please take note, especially for those who could not attend the virtual briefing on last Monday. All right, thank you very much for your attention. We wish you the best. Distinguished guests and judges, representatives from faculties, officers of University Putra Malaysia, participants of UPM 3-Minute Thesis 2026 competition, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the heats of the UPM 3-Minute Thesis 2026 competition.
To seek the blessings from the Almighty to ease our event today, we would like to invite Mr. Muhammad Adib Baharuddin from the School of Graduate Studies to recite the Doa. Please welcome.
A'udzubillahi minasyaitonirrajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillah rabbil alamin. Wassalatu wassalamu ala asyrafil anbiya mursalin Sayyidina Muhammadin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. In the name of Allah, the most gracious and the most merciful, all the praise is due to Allah, Lord of the world. We are grateful for the opportunity to gather here today. O Allah, we seek your blessing upon this event and everyone present. Grant us knowledge, wisdom and sincerity in all that we do. Unite our heart, guide and our action, and bless this gathering with success and barakah. Accept our effort and forgive our shortcoming. Rabbana atina fid dunya hasanah wa fil akhirati hasanah wa qina azabannar. Wa sallallahu ala Muhammad wa ala alihi wa sahbihi wa sallam. Walhamdulillahi rabbil alamin.
Thank you, Mr. Muhammad Adib Baharuddin, for the Doa.
Dear participants, a competition could not naturally be a competition without its judges. Let us introduce to you the judges for our University Hits round this morning. We have a total 5 judges with us.
Firstly, as the head of the educating panel, we have Professor Dr. Nomaswana Binti Ismail. Nomaswana Ismail is a professor of economics at the School of Business and Economics, University Putra Malaysia. Additionally, she holds the position of Deputy Dean of Research and Innovation. She earned her PhD in economics from the University of Southampton, United Kingdom. Her research interests predominantly revolve around international trade and development economics, with a specific focus on medical trade, high technology trade, digital technology, and economic growth.
Next up, we have Professor Technologist Dr. Razif Harun. Dr. Razif Harun is a professor of chemical and environmental engineering at University Putra Malaysia, or UPM. With a PhD from Monash University and 2-year postdoc fellowship in France, his expertise spans microalgae bioprospecting, biochemical engineering, and renewable energy. A highly decorated researcher, he has authored over 100 journal publications, 30 conference papers, and 8 books chapters alongside his 5 copyright and 2 patents. His accolades includes the 2016 Vice Chancellor Award for the Young Academia and recognition as a world top 2% scientist from 2020 to 2025. As of recently, he has secured over 2 million ringgit in research grant for microalgae project. Dr. Razif actively consults for various industries. His current research focuses on cost-effective, energy-efficient microalgae cultivation, extracting valuable bioproducts like DHA and EPA, and integrating microalgae cultivation with the aquaculture industry.
Next, we have Dr. Aini Azika Ma'ruf. Dr. Aini Azika Ma'ruf is a social psychologist and senior lecturer at University Putra Malaysia and head of the Laboratory of Youth and Community Wellbeing under the Institute of Social Science Studies. She holds a PhD in social psychology from the University of Sheffield and specializes in youth well-being, social behavior, and digital era psychosocial issues. Dr. Aini has an extensive academic portfolio with over 100 index publications, active involvement in national and international research grants, and supervision of postgraduate and doctoral research across diverse areas of social psychology. Her work bridges research, policy, and community engagement, particularly in areas such as mental health, cyber behavior, pro-social development, and social identity. She is also actively engaged as an expert panel, reviewer, and speaker, contributing to both academic and public discourse at national and international levels.
And next, allow us to introduce to our next esteemed judge. Please welcome Professor Irsinyor Dr. Yusaniza Yusof. Professor Irsinyor Dr. Yusaniza is a professor of food materials engineering at UPM and serves as deputy director of the Halal Product Research Institute. She holds a PhD in chemical engineering from Imperial College London and is a chartered engineer IKIM United Kingdom as well as a registered professional engineer in Malaysia. Her expertise includes food powder processing, drying technology for food and biological materials, and nutraceutical and halal product development. She is also a certified halal trainer and technical director of Nutra Maju Stringent Berhad, a startup company under UPM's guidance. Throughout her career, she has produced over 200 scientific publications and actively delivered lectures at national and international levels. Her accolades include the Top Research Scientist Malaysia 2025 awarded by the Academy of Sciences Malaysia and the New Product Development Award from the National Center for Palms and Dates in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. She is also actively involved in halal capacity building, supervises postgraduate students from various countries, and has successfully commercialized a moringa chewable tablet product, contributing significantly to research, innovation, and the growth of halal economy both locally and globally.
And last but not least, we are privileged to have with us today Associate Professor Dr. Nurshamilah Zakaria. Dr. Nurshamilah Zakaria is an academic in the Faculty of Educational Studies and currently serves as the Director of the Center for Quality Assurance at University Putra Malaysia. She is a registered counsellor and certified practitioner with the Board of Counsellors Malaysia. Her research and expertise focus heavily on counsellor education, supervision, and ethics. As a qualitative researcher with a passion for tracing histories and cultures, she has published extensively on topics spanning counselor and teacher education, adult lifelong learning, and local community heritage. A dedicated scholar and mentor, she has won numerous medals at national and international research and innovation competitions while guiding a diverse range of talented graduates. Additionally, as a quality assurance expert, she contributes significantly to curriculum development and academic management at institutional, national, regional, and international levels.
Ladies and gentlemen, can we give it up for our judges? And that being said, let us begin today's competition by inviting our very first presenter for today. Please join us to welcome Sugendran Anak Laki Nagandran from Faculty of Educational Studies with his title, Exploring Preparedness of Teachers in Individual Education Program IEP for Special Needs Students in Hospital-Based School HS in Selangor. Please welcome.
Check. Ladies and gentlemen, imagine a child fighting illness in a hospital, but at the same time it's falling behind in school education. So in Malaysia, established 20 hospital-based school to ensure the students continue learning in the selected hospital in Malaysia. For special need students such as ADHD, dyslexia, and autism, education guided education guided through individual education program. So these align with the Sustainable Development Goals SDG 4 for ensuring the students with disabilities have equal access to learning education with quality of education. So challenge here is a challenge when many academic teachers are expected to prepare individualized learning plan for diverse disabilities students inside highly complex hospital environment. So yet many teachers lack of human capital, learning resources, and and no confidence to implement the IEPs effectively. So when the teachers face difficulties in preparing learning outcomes, so the students will falling behind. Here is my research question, simple but powerful. Are teachers truly prepared and support the students' special needs? So to answer this question, I selected 5 hospital-based schools in Selangor to explore teachers' experience, teachers' understanding, and challenges to support the special needs students. This research will identify gaps among teachers' preparedness for training and policies and collaboration between teachers, parents, and healthcare professionals. So the education should not stop and just because a child in a hospital. So one child, one plan, one change to succeed. Thank you.
Thank you to our first presenter. Okay, at the moment we are waiting for the judges to finalize their marks. right, so let's welcome our second presenter, Miss Nurhazira Adila Binti Nozawari from Institute for Mathematical Research with the presentation titled Tiny Particles, Big Impact, Enhancing Heat Transfer with Hybrid Nanofluids.
Assalamualaikum and good morning. Okay, imagine your phone overheating while you are using it. This happens to everyone, right? But this doesn't happen in only in smartphone. It can happen in many systems where heat needs to be removed efficiently. So the challenge is simple. How do we improve the cooling performance? So this is where my research comes in. My study focuses on nanofluids, which is tiny particles that enhance heat transfer. More specifically, I studied hybrid nanofluid, which combine two different types of nanoparticle, which can give even better performance. However, their behavior is complex to understand. So I developed a mathematical model and applied numerical and also the optimization techniques to understand their behavior. To understand their behavior and also to see their fluid flows. My findings show that hybrid nanofluid can enhance heat transfer compared to the conventional single particle fluid. This means more efficient cooling system for applications such as industrial heat exchangers, solar energy system, as well as the advanced cooling technologies such as in data center. In short, my research help improve thermal performance as well as reduce energy consumption, because sometimes the smallest particle can give better performance. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Nurhazira Adila, for the presentation just now. And now we are going to give our judges time to finalize and to key in the marks. And next, please join us to welcome Ms. Ng Yuen from Faculty of Engineering with her title, More Than Just Heavy Rain, the Supply and Demand of Flood. Please welcome.
Imagine, I have a handful of 100 ringgit cash on my hand. Tum. Yeah, I just throw them into the water. It sounds crazy, right? But in December 2021, Malaysia lost 6.1 billion ringgit in a single flood event. That's like throwing money to the water. Houses destroyed, business shut down, life disrupted. We usually blame the rain. It's too heavy. But my research suggests that the problem isn't just water coming down. This is a failure of supply and demand. In my research, I look into the flood regulating ecosystem services, FRES. The FRES supply measures the ability of the nature to absorb and slow down the water, like a sponge. So the higher the ability, the higher the FRES supply. While for the demand, I look into how vulnerable are people to the flood. We want to see where are the locations people have lower income level, have more elderly live. People need demand for flood protection. So we produce two things. Supply map with 64 different scenarios, different rainfall duration and also return period, and also demand map with 9 different indicators from socio-economic data. We mismatching between the supply map and the demand map using Geographic Information System, GIS, superimpose and produce FRES Priority Area Map. This map pinpoints the location where the demand for flood protection is high, but the supply from nature is critically low. Maybe you will ask, why does this matter? Because we have limited funds. We cannot just randomly choose the places to put flood protection. So, by using my framework, we ensure that every ringgit spent on flood protection goes to where it saves the most life and property. It tells the government, don't spend money anywhere, spend it here in these locations where the supply-demand imbalance is critical. With that, we can stop throwing money into the water and start investing it wisely. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ng Yuen. Now we wait for the judges to finalize their marks. Right. Let's welcome our next participant, Ms. Leoni Magareta Widya Pangestika from Faculty of Food Science and Technology with the presentation title, Less Fat, Same Delight, Revolutionizing Meat Patties. Please welcome.
Imagine biting a juicy meat patties, delicious, satisfying. All of us really loves it, right? But it is also loaded with fat. Now, imagine enjoying the same bite, but it is healthier. Sounds impossible? That's exactly what my research is trying to solve. Fat is not just about the calories. Fat is everything. In meat patties, it gives juiciness, softness, and also flavor. So when we try to reduce the fat content, we don't just making it healthier, but we risk making it dry, tough, and unappealing. So how can we reduce the fat content while also without ruining the experience? So in our research, we are developing something that called fat replacer. It is prepared from made from pea protein isolate. We call it emulsion gel. It could entraps the water and oil to deliver the same sensation just like real fat does. With sonication, we also apply, we make it more stable and more solid. So instead of removing it completely, we replace it with something that behaves like real fat, but healthier. So we apply the emulsion gel into meat patties, and we taste it. Does it stay juicy? Does it keep its texture? Does it still reduce the fat? Does it can reduce the fat content? And how's the result? After we apply the emulsion gel, we can reduce the fat content while maintaining the texture and also the juiciness. And the bonus, nutrition improves, specifically protein. It's not just about the food. It's about creating a product that's healthier, a smarter, and also more sustainable, without asking people to give up what they love. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Miss Leoni, Margarita, Widya Pangistika, for a wonderful presentation just now about meat patties. We hope that it can be done in the near future. And now we are going to give our judges to finalize their marks. And next, please join me to welcome Miss Yang Jiahui from Faculty of Modern Languages and Communication with the title Synthetic and Prosodic Patterning in Esport Team Communication, a corpus-assisted analysis of League of Legends spoken discourse. Please welcome.
Okay, let's imagine you are a warrior fighting for the crown. But you and your teammates are scattered across different paths, facing enemies everywhere. Since you can't see each other, your voice is your only tool to shout out your positions and enemies in front of you. Under such stress, how do you communicate effectively? In our daily communication, we rely heavily on visual cues to understand each other, like eye contacts, body languages, gestures. But what happens if they are completely stripped away? Then you are in the world of League of Legends. Now, please listen to this sentence. He get gang cause our top tier 2 over now. Confusing, right? It sounds like pure chaos. This utterance is from a real LOL match and is computer-mediated communication in nature. Traditional CMC studies focus on written tests, but my study investigates something different: real-time, high-pressure spoken discourse in esports. In professional LOL matches, where milliseconds matter, players have no time to type. Communication must be vocal, instant, and efficient. But without any visual cues, how do players coordinate under extreme cognitive pressure by only using language? To answer this, I built a specialized corpus of real-time LOL spoken discourse to track how sentence structures and voice melody adapt under great stress across 2 levels of gaming engagement. In partial engagement, a player's character is dead and he can have a very short break. Sentences are relatively grammatic and the pace is slow. But in full engagement, players are in fierce combat under maximum stress, so traditional grammar completely breaks down. No subjects or verbs. Instead, prosodic intensity skyrockets. Pitch and volume take over the job of grammar. Pitch rise and the volume spike function as an urgent warning. It's not random yelling, but a perfectly designed survival code. So why does this matter beyond gaming? Because although the game is virtual, the people reaction to extreme pressure is real. In real crises, people don't use perfect grammar, they shout fragments. And my study investigates such survival code, providing the key to training the next generation AI to understand human panic. Besides, it can also help to design a faster, life-saving communication system for real-life heroes like firefighters or doctors who also communicate to operate under great pressure. So I am trying to turn the virtual chaos into real-life solutions. Thank you.
Thank you to our 5th presenter. Judges, you know what to do. All right, let's welcome our 6th presenter. Please welcome Please welcome Mr. Kowi from Institute of Bioscience with a presentation title Turning Viruses into Smart Weapons Against Cancer. Please welcome.
Good morning, everyone. So, cancer is a devastating disease, harmful to our human body, and also hard to cure, right? So, the reason why the cancer is very hard to cure is because the cancer cells hiding in our city, hiding in our body here, is just like the criminal hiding inside the city. So, they will hide here and there to just prevent them from being caught by the policemen in our body, which are the immune cells. So most of the time, the most common way we use to treat the cancer is we use the chemotherapy or the radiotherapy. However, using these two methods are just like you couldn't find the criminal in the city, and then we bomb the whole city by using the carpet bombing method, just as shown in the figure here. So by having this method, of course, all the cancer cells can be killed, but at the same time, the innocents, which are our healthy cells, the healthy tissues, will be affected also. So this is the reason why the cancer treatment always come along with a lot of the side effects, such as the hair loss, the loss of appetite, and so on. So to make this cancer treatment more effectively and less side effects, what we do here is we use the virus to treat the cancer. Yes, you didn't hear it wrong. We use virus. So the virus we mentioned here is not like the virus we normally know, like the COVID virus, the dengue virus, or the HIV. But our team is working on a virus called NDV, Newcastle disease virus. And we have successfully to turn them into a smart weapon against the cancers. So this virus is very smart and good because they are not harmful to our human body, but at the same time, they have the ability to kill the cancer cells. And this virus, they naturally carry an AI system in their body. They will avoid all the healthy cells and specifically target and strike on the cancer cells and then kill them. But actually, we didn't stop here. What we do here is we did some genetic modifications to this virus and turned them into a more powerful weapon against the cancers. And this genetic modification, you can just imagine, is like we give the serum injections into a skinny guy like me, into a more powerful and muscular man like the Captain America. So, and always remember, the Captain America never fight alone, right? So when he fight, he will also call the Avengers team to come here and help him out. So these Avengers heroes are representing the different types of the immune cells in our body. So at the end of the day, not only the viruses, but also this immune army will help together to fight together against the cancer and kill them and make this treatment more effective compared to the common way. So at the end of my story here, I just want to tell you all that the virus is not necessarily always bad, but the virus like NDV, Newcastle disease virus, can be good also because our team has successfully turned them into a smart weapon against cancer. That's all from me. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kowi for the wonderful presentation. And yes, we still remember the line, Avengers Assemble. Oh my God. All right, so the judges, please key in your marks. And next, let us welcome Ms. Anten from Schools of Business and Economics with the title Visitor Preference and Willingness to Pay for the Management of the Industrial Heritage at Ansteel Group Museum. Please welcome.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Anten. Have you been to a museum? Imagine a museum as a train on the track. But no one switched the track. What will happen? It will go straight towards nowhere. So who will switch the track? Their choice matters. That's the heart of my research. I do research on Ansteel Group Museum in Northeast China. It's built an old factory into China's industrial past. The factory was built in World War II by Japanese invaders, and then passed on to Chinese government in 1945. It is the first iron and steel company in China, Ansteel Group Company. It built this museum in 2014. This is the only 5-star company-run museum in the country. These days, it's popular. 338,000 visitors in 2024. But it costs the company 10 million RMB every year, 120 million till now. But still charge nothing. So here's the dilemma. Let the tree moving straight, or let visitors switch the track. That's my objective. Their choice matters. I use choice experiment, a method based on random utility theory. I designed 36 choice cars, interviewed visitors to the museum, and collected 330 value questionnaires. Results are clear. Visitors are willing to pay, especially for the factory tour, followed by the VR facilities, audio guides, relic videos, and the craftsmanship spirit in exhibitions. So stop guessing, stop assuming. Their choice matters. Imagine stepping into that museum alive, drawn by the features that you love. It's not a dream, it's what my study make it happen. A fair entrance fee with a smart investment in what visitors truly want, and a future for industrial heritage. They don't just survive, they thrive. That's how we switch the track. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Tian Tian. Now we wait for the judges to key in their marks. All right, let's welcome our 8th participant, Mr. Basheru Lukuman from Faculty of Science with the presentation title, Radiation Dose Prediction of Whole Body 18F FDG PET-CT Imaging Using Machine Learning. Please welcome.
Assalamu alaikum. Every year, millions of patients undergo PET-CT scan to detect and monitor cancer caused by either smoking or other environmental activity. The images from the PET-CT are valuable and more important to medical doctors because it allows them to see both the anatomy, that is the structure, and metabolic activity of disease inside the body. However, PET-CT scan exposes patients to ionizing radiation, because increasing radiation dose before the scan improve image clarity, but also increase radiation health risk, especially in young adults and children. And reducing radiation dose too much during the scan can also produce poor images that may compromise diagnosis. So the question is, how do we determine the right radiation dose for each individual patient without exposing them to unnecessary radiation? Because the current radiation estimation method relies on conventional models or manual calculation. These approaches often ignore patient-specific differences, such as the weight of the patient, the BMI of the patient, which means that radiation doses are not always personalized before the scan. My research addresses all of these challenges using machine learning, where I analyzed clinical PET-CT data set that included patient characteristics, such as the BMI of the patient, the weight of the patient, gender of the patient, age of the patient, scan parameters, and dose metrics. All of these variables were used to train multiple regression algorithms to develop models that are capable of predicting those based on individual patients. Prior to the training of these algorithms, the data sets were split into two. 90% of the data sets were used for training and 10% for testing. Thereafter, Bayesian optimization was used to improve the performance of the model. And also, statistical performance indicator was used to identify the best performing model. Of all the models trained, tested, and optimized, Gaussian process regression emerged as the best model. achieving the lowest error in the data set and the highest coefficient of determination. This model, if integrated into the clinical workflow, it will enable the doctors to be able to predict the optimal radiation required by individual patients before the scan, thereby reducing unnecessary radiation exposure and maintaining high-quality diagnostic images that can be used for treatment and planning. Ultimately, this research supports smarter, safer, and more importantly, personalized cancer imaging, following ICRP guideline, ALARA, as low as reasonably achievable. Thank you very much for listening.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Basheru Lukuman, for your presentation just now. The judges, you know what to do. Please log your marks. And next, please join me to welcome Mr. Ngo Jin Hong from Faculty of Human Ecology with the title Avoidance is Better Than Cure. Please welcome.
Imagine, on a normal day, you are just casually scrolling through your phone. Nothing unusual. Suddenly, a link pops up. Maybe from a friend, maybe from somewhere you don't even remember. And unconsciously, you tap into the link. From that instant, something feels different. Your screen starts to flicker, your app starts to open by themselves, and messages that you didn't type starts to appear. You try to shut everything down, but it turns out you couldn't. Luckily, there's someone beside you steps in, a friend who knows exactly what to do. So after a few quick moves, it's finally settled down. It's fine now, he said, and maybe it is. However, to you, the feeling just doesn't seem to go away, because for a moment back then, you completely lose control of your own phone. So for the rest of the day, every notification makes you pause. Every single messages makes you feel suspicious. And the truth is, this whole scenario doesn't happen just once. It actually happens every day, and to the people just like us, the consumers. Consumers are often being regarded as the most exposed group when it comes to cybersecurity. And unlike business organizations out there, we do not have any IT departments that could help to protect our pockets for 24 hours. That's why my study proposed a more simpler and practical method to the consumers, which is by avoiding threats in the first place. Now, to understand what motivates threat avoidance, we surveyed over 400 participants in Klang Valley, and here's what we found. To initiate threat avoidance, it basically relies on 4 internal factors, which is by recognizing that threats are dangerous, by believing that cybersecurity are actually effective, by understanding, by having a sense of control in existing cybersecurity resources, and also simply by having a positive attitude towards cybersecurity. Now, here's also a plot twist. Our study found that social influence have absolutely zero effect. Now, this means that it doesn't matter whether the people around you, if they are having a high conscious or low awareness, their behavior doesn't affect yours. Now, this means that our digital safety, at least for now, it's entirely based on our own personal initiative, and nobody could influence on that. So, my dear friends, please take some time to understand cybersecurity, or at least take it seriously. As the saying goes, prevention is better than cure. And in my context, avoidance is better than cure. So, avoid the threats now before it becomes unavoidable. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ngo Zen Hong. Now, our esteemed judges will finalize their marks. So, let's introduce our 10th presenter for today, Ms. Pabitra Panirselvam from Faculty of Educational Studies with the presentation title Before They Walk Away. Please welcome.
Her name doesn't matter, but you've seen her. She sits at the end of the classroom, she's quiet, and she shows up most of the days. Her father works 2 shifts, and her mother prays every morning that she finishes school. But somewhere between the prayers and the classroom, something is breaking down, and nobody sees it's happening. By the time anyone notices, she's already gone. Malaysia's Indian community is one of the most educationally vulnerable population in this country. 70% of Indian students who drop out come from low-income families, and 9 out of 10 report being unseen in school. But my question here is not why they drop out. We already know the pressures: financial strain, culture, peers, the discrimination, and etc. So my question here is, how these pressures connect inside a student's mind, and whether these connections determine whether she stays or walks away. In order to answer that, I came up with the 2-stage study with at-risk Malaysian Indian students in Forms 2 and 4. Then I sat with them. I let them tell me their stories, but I didn't just listen. I used a methodology called quantitative ethnography, which does something that most research cannot. It takes their words, their reasoning, and their stories and converts them into maps, visual networks that tells you how these ideas connect inside a student's mind when she talks about school. Okay, let's think about it this way. When a student tells you, my father works 2 jobs so that I can study, but I still keep failing. So what's the point of me in studying? Now that's not just a sentence, that's a pathway from sacrifice to failure and to giving up. And that is what my research exactly captures. Here's why this matters. 2 students, same hardship, same school, same pressure, but one maps her hardship into a goal. I will never repeat my parents' mistake. Her reasoning flows forward and she stays. Another one maps her hardship onto helplessness. Nothing I do will change this anyway. So her reasoning stops and she walks away. The difference here is not their hardship, it's the reasoning and the availability of social emotional tool for them to reframe this hardship. And that is what my research is pointing out for the first time. It shows the educators the warning signs before a decision is made and before another unseen quiet student becomes a statistic. We cannot afford missing the moment before they walk away. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Pabitra Panirselvam, for an inspiring presentation just now. So judges, please finalize your marks. And next, please join me to welcome Mr. Muhammad Ibrahim Panwar from Faculty of Veterinary Medicine with the title From Bedness to Ovarian Health, a Natural Hope for Polycystic Ovary Syndrome. Please welcome.
You may be wondering who this young lady is. She could be 28 years old, newly married, and hoping become a mother. But she has been diagnosed with polycystic ovary syndrome, or PCOS. PCOS affects 1 in 10 women worldwide. It is not only irregular periods, it causes hormone imbalance, cyst formation in the ovaries, and metabolic dysfunction. For many women, PCOS is not only a medical condition, it also brings stress, frustration, and uncertainty about the future. Today, most treatments only control the symptoms. They may help for short times, but they often have side effects and do not fully restore ovarian health in PCOS. So my research asks a simple question: can a natural product help support ovarian health in PCOS? One interesting natural product is edible bird nest, or EBN. It is a traditional food that is rich in bioactive compounds and has long been believed to support health. But there is still limited scientific evidence about its effect on reproductive health. To investigate this, I have created a PCOS model in rats using a drug called letrozole, which mimics the condition seen in women. Then I treated the rats with EBN to see whether it could improve the changes caused by PCOS. And the results were encouraging. EBN helped restore hormone balance. It improved the ovarian structure. It also supported the better metabolic regulation. These findings suggest that EBN may help to restore ovarian health affected by PCOS. It is not a cure, but it shows a potential as a natural supportive therapy. My research connects the traditional knowledge with the modern science. It shows how a natural product can be studied scientifically and may one day contribute to safer strategies for managing PCOS. Because for millions of women around the world, hope is not only about the treatment. It is about restoring health, balance, and the chance to build the future they dream of. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Muhammad Ibrahim Panwar. Judges, please finalize your marks. Now, please help me to welcome our 12th participant, Mr. Zang from Faculty of Educational Studies, with the presentation title, Factors Influencing Innovative Work Behaviors Among Elementary School Teachers in China, a JDR Perspective. The floor is yours.
Hello, everyone. Let's imagine that we stand in front of the 14 energetic 10 years ago the children's. Today, the society expected the elementary school teachers to be more than educators. They expected that they are leaders of the interdisciplinary reforms and the digital educations. So we urgently need innovative work behaviors. But as soon as shown as my right side of my slide, the teachers are still struggling. They are still facing the challenges, the innovations. So my research have the fundamental questions. So how do we really spark these innovations? Through the JDR models, we identify the clear pathways. We can through the work engagement when the teacher feel the rich dedication and the observations. So what can we drive this engagement? The answer is the resources. The we need job resources like the college support and the encouragement from the leadership, and combined with the personal resources that the teacher inner the resilience and the self-efficiencies. So together, these resources will together shape the work engagement. But these things are not really happened in the real world, because let's say the top of my slide is the job demands. They include the time pressures and discipline problems and the procedure moderations. In my study, my study reveals the job demands act as the powerful modifiers. The job demand actually will weaken the positive role of the personal resources and the job resources. And this modifier effect will to influence that. So they study revenue the how can we support our teachers. So we can now to simply to provide the training and the encouragement and expected the innovation to flourish. The policymaker and the schools need to reduce the unnecessary job demands and increase the resources. By keeping this balance, it can protect our teachers' education and unlock the innovations to spare. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you, Mr. Zhang, for your presentation just now. So, judges, we are giving you time for you to finalize your marks. Ladies and gentlemen, and now please join me to welcome Ms. Tan Ife from Faculty of Science with the title Hidden World of Drugs Inside MOFs, a Molecular Hide and Seek. Please welcome.
Imagine you are holding a tiny grain of powder. It looks solid, still ordinary. But if it could shrink down 1 billion times, we will discover there is a hidden world inside this solid. A world of tiny spaces, narrow pathways, and corners that are too small for us to see. These materials are called metal organic frameworks, MOF. And this is not the Ministry of Finance, a different kind of MOF. In my research, I study what happens when a lung cancer drug enters this hidden world. Once inside, the drug molecule does not simply stay in one place. It moves, it explores. This question is important because in drug delivery, timing matters. If the drug is released too quickly into the body, it may cause harm. If the drug is trapped too strongly, it may never be useful. Now, here is a problem. In the lab, I can load the drug and measure how much drugs goes in. But I cannot watch the drug moving inside those tiny spaces. So I use computer simulation to see the invisible. First, GCMC. You can think of it like opening the building door and asking, how many gas will come in under this condition? This will tell me how many drug molecules will enter. Second, MD. Think of it like turning on the tiny camera inside the structure. Now I can watch what happens after the drug enters the mouth. How they move, settle, and drift toward the exit. And this is where my research connects both worlds. Experiment tells me what happens in real life. Simulation helps explain why. And when these two agree, something powerful happens. We stop guessing. We start understanding. Because a better drug delivery is not just about loading more. It's all about understanding where the drug goes, what makes it stay, and what makes it leave. That invisible world matters. Thank you.
Thank you to Ms. Tan Ife. To our esteemed judges, please finalize your marks. Okay, now let's welcome our next presenter, Mr. Yu Q-Shi, from Faculty of Modern Languages and Communication, with a presentation title, From Diaspora to Post-Diaspora, Revising Cultural Identity and Narrative Strategies in Contemporary Malaysian Chinese Cinema. Please welcome.
let's start my topic. My research is about Malaysian Chinese film, Malaysian Chinese filmmakers and their cultural identity. If you are still using the words like diaspora, nostalgia, or searching the roots to describe Malaysian Chinese filmmaker and their films, I say yes, but only before I start this research. The more Malaysian Chinese film I watched, the more doubt I grew. Who are they? Let me show you an example, Tai Ming Liang. As a Chinese, I think he is the best Malaysian filmmaker. He won a lot of huge prizes in a lot of international film festivals. But my master degree's supervisor, he asked me in return, isn't he a Chinese? And after reading some literature, I found Malaysian scholars said no, Tai Ming Liang is not a Malaysian, he's a Taiwanese. He cannot represent Malaysian films. So, is Sarawak become a part of Taiwan or not? I don't know. Like Stuart Hall said, identity are always defined by the others, only through others' eyes you can see yourself. I don't know whether Tai Ming Liang knows who he is right now, but these three Malaysian Chinese filmmakers show me the new insight. The first guy, Tan Cui Mei, who was the most influential Malaysian Chinese filmmaker right now, and her works are always conversed that do not carry your identity, you are simply yourself. And the next one, Sam Quat, he got really huge commercial success in China, but unless he says nobody knows he's in Malaysia. Even though he shows his hometown Penang to the world, but only as a virtual spectacle. The third one, Chang Ki-an, he's the most rebellious Malaysian Chinese filmmaker. He reminds us to not forget your past and don't left the Malaysian Chinese heritage behind. When we talk about cultural identity, it doesn't matter diaspora or not. Like Tan Cui Mei said, we have already become a new ethnic right now. Cultural identity is not about who you are or where are you from. It's about potential. Yeah, who you could become and how you are represented. These Malaysian Chinese filmmakers are still using their word to build a new community culture, and I hope my research can offer them some report and the new strategy to let them get more and more recognition. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you, Mr. Yuchi. And it brings me back to the 90s, where before the K-drama, the J-drama hits, we always watch the Chinese movie. Was it correct? Yeah, okay, so it means that we are the dinosaur, oh my God. All right, so the judges, please key in your marks. All right, ladies and gentlemen, please join me to welcome Ms. Diana Bintiside from Faculty of Science with the title Lead-Free Radiation Shielding Glass. Please welcome.
You are in a hospital, getting your X-ray examination done. You are alone in the room, feeling shy in the gown. You see a window that separates you and the X-ray technician outside. That transparent glass is not ordinary glass. It is radiation shielding glass. It protects people from harmful radiation while still allowing visibility. It is used in hospitals, nuclear facilities, research labs, and in fact, it is a part of a 1.3 billion US dollar industry. But here's the catch. Most of this glass is made using lead. Lead is effective in radiation shielding. However, it is very toxic, linked to 1.5 million deaths in a year, as reported by WHO. My research asks a simple question. Can we design something safer? To approach this problem, let's start thinking glass design like baking a cake. Does anyone here has food allergies? If you are allergic to gluten, you don't have to stop eating cakes. You can eat gluten-free cakes. And like baking, every ingredient has a role. It matters. Just like how flour binds together with eggs and sugar to hold a cake together? Same like glass design. My research, my ingredients are metal-derived oxides. I have tellurium as the backbone structure. I have boron as the stabilizer. I have bismuth act as the alternative to lead for radiation shielding. And I have zinc oxide, the glass modifier, which means it modifies the structural properties of the glass. Same like how baking soda changes the texture of our cake. At the end of the day, what I'm essentially doing is I'm fine-tuning a recipe until I get a glass that is transparent, effective in radiation shielding, and completely lead-free. I took my most optimized version of the recipe and I put it to the test. I compare it with the radiation shielding glass in the market and see the performance. Turns out my glass performs 50% better. While I am not a baker, I cannot bake a cake to save my life. But this recipe is something that I'm really proud of. I guess innovation isn't just about adding something new. Sometimes innovation is about removing something harmful. So the next time you're in that X-ray examination room, that piece of glass protects you twice as better from the harmful radiation and from the material itself. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Diana. Judges, please finalize your marks. Next, please welcome our 16th participant, Ms. Linger, from Faculty of Modern Languages and Communication, with the presentation title, Moderating Effects of AI Literacy in the Relationship Between Influencing Factors and Use Behavior Among Generation Z in China. Please welcome.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you for being here. Look, two university students, same campus, same Wi-Fi, and same AI tools. One of them use AI tools learn fast, research information quickly, write assessments better, solve problems sooner. Another tries but feels confused, trusts the wrong AI output, and even give up. Look, same assess, but different outcomes. That's what we call AI divide. Now AI is everywhere. Students use it in study and daily life, but not all information is correct. Not all students understand it the same way and get the same benefits. So what factors influence them to use AI? For example, do students all think AI is useful? Do their teachers and classmates influence them to use AI? Do they have enough support and convenience to use AI? Another is focused on AI literacy, awareness, usage, evaluation, and ethical. In other words, do students all understand AI? Can they judge the quality of AI output? Can they use AI tools responsibly and effectively? So in my study, I identified factors influence them to use AI and measure AI literacy level and test the moderating effect of AI literacy in relationship between influencing factors and AI use behavior. Use questionnaire survey collect data, but beyond the data, this research speaks to a big issues because in the age of AI, inequality is no longer about who has access to use AI. It's about who has ability to use AI very well. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. Linger, for the wonderful presentation just now. So the judges, please key in your marks. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me to welcome our 17th presenter for today. Please welcome Mr. Ahmed Zuber Kazizada from Faculty of Agriculture with the title Utilizations of Coconut Drugs as a Sustainable Growing. Please join Mr. Ahmed Zuber.
Imagine this. Every year in Malaysia, we threw away 78,000 metric tons of coconut waste, which is known as coconut drugs. It's not because it's useless. It's because we don't know how to use it. At the same time, millions of people, including Malaysians, suffer from mineral deficiencies. So here are two problems. One is environmental and one is nutritional. So what if one problem could solve the other? Yes, my research brings a simple but powerful idea, the waste to wealth strategy, by transforming coconut drugs into a plant nutrient to enrich micronutrients. But what about micronutrients? What about microgreens? Microgreens are a young seedling of vegetables, herbs, or cereals that harvested at very early stage, typically around 10 days old. Despite they are teeny, but they are packed with the concentrated nutrients. Think of them as a baby plants with powerful content. Interestingly, coconut drugs contain a substantial amount of macro and micro minerals. This is exactly what plants need for their growth and development. So instead of disposing coconut drugs as a waste, I use them to feed microgreens. This brings a green waste to wealth solution. We reduce environmental pollution, we recycle agricultural waste, and we produce a valuable functional food that can improve public health. So next time you see coconut drugs, don't think of them as a waste. Think of them as the beginning of healthier food, a cleaner environment, and a smarter way to feed our future. Thank you.
Thank you to Mr. Ahmad Zubair. Judges, please finalize your marks. Ladies and gentlemen, that was our 17th participant. We will now take a 10-minute break. You may scan the QR code on the screen for the competition's ebook. We'll see you in 10 minutes. Thank you. Thank you for your patience, ladies and gentlemen. Right, let's check on the judges if they are ready for the second phase of the heat round. All good? What about our next presenter? Ready? Okay. So let's welcome our 18th presenter, Ms. Nurhazira Binti Suradi from Faculty of Engineering with the presentation title, Building Electricity Consumption to Environmental and Human Impact. The floor is yours.
Imagine this. You wake up in the morning. You check your phone. The fuel price have doubled overnight. This is not a distant scenario. This is a global energy crisis due to our conflicts such as war in Iran. The impact is everywhere, including here in Malaysia. We already feeling it. Our fuel price increase living expenses, and even worse, working from home to reduce our energy consumptions. So, what we can do now? This brings me to my research. My research basically will focus to building energy consumption. How to reduce energy consumption in this building. I start with energy assessment. Then, at the end of this assessment, we'll find the option to reduce energy. But the problem is here. Which combination of energy will give maximum saving with the lowest investment cost and, of course, the fastest payback periods? So, in my research, I developed a data-driven approach using the P-graph tool. The P-graph tool actually will identify energy saving strategies. So, in my research, as a result, can reduce the energy consumption about 10%. Okay, from here is actually my research not only reduce inefficiency of the building energy consumption, but directly reduce our CO2 emissions. So, come with me, join with me, reduce our energy, we can reduce our CO2 emissions. We save our energy, we save our environments. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. Nurhazira Binti Suradi. All right, I believe that the presentation just now is just so related with the current situation that happened just now and currently, all right? So let's give our judges their time to key in the marks. All right, please join me to welcome our 19th presenter for today. Please welcome Ms. Nurinad Binti Johan from Faculty of Medicine and Health Sciences with the title Surviving Cancer Without Losing the Heart, the Power of Tiny Messengers. The floor is yours.
What if you've been diagnosed with cancer and you fight to survive with chemotherapy, but immediately after or even years later, your heart begins to fail? Not because of the cancer, but because of the drug that saved your life. This is a hidden problem in modern medicines, the one that patients are not aware of until it's too late. For your information, some cancer drugs like 5-fluorouracil can actually damage your heart. This condition is called cardiotoxicity. And for many patients, there's no effective way to fully prevent it. So while we as a researcher are getting better at saving life from cancer, we may also be creating another long-term disease that might affect patients' quality of life or even lead to death. Now, the question is, can we protect the heart while receiving chemotherapy? This is where my research comes in. My research focuses on something incredibly small but potentially powerful in treating cardiotoxicity. It's about tiny particles released from stem cell, which is known as exosomes. You might be wondering what is exosomes. So you can think of exosomes like WhatsApp messengers between cells. They carry important instructions telling damaged heart cells how to survive and how to repair. But in my research, I'm not just sending a normal message, I'm enhancing the message. How? So here is the idea. First, I isolate exosome from stem cells using the cheapest and gold standard method, which is ultracentrifugation. And to make it better, we enhance the exosome content with a compound called dimethyl oxaliglycine. By using this compound, we can increase the productions of exosome and enhance their therapeutic cargo so that the message inside the exosome will become stronger, potent, and more effective. And to test if our idea is really working, we will then introduce the exosome to damaged heart cells to see if they can really reverse and repair the injury. Therefore, our research groups are hoping to see that these enhanced exosomes can protect the heart from chemotherapy-induced cardiotoxicity, so that in the future, patients may not have to choose between treating cancer or protecting their heart, because surviving cancer should not come at the cost of your heart. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Nurinad. Judges, please finalize your marks. All right, the marks are in. Let's move on to our next presenter. From Faculty of Biotechnology and Biomolecular Sciences with representation title The Shipping Container, please welcome Mr. Bajas Alkaisia.
Imagine a shipping container. At first glance, it is just a plain metal box, but its real power is moving anything from food to medicine anywhere around the world. In vaccines, we have something similar. Biological carriers that delivers instructions into our cells without causing the disease. This is the same principle used in COVID-19 vaccines, where the mRNA is delivered using lipid carriers into our cells. Those carriers are what made the technology work. They protected the mRNA, helped it enter the cells, and ensured a strong immune response. But what about our farm animals? Developing vaccines for farm animals can be challenging, especially for avian influenza virus, which changes strain every year and constantly changes every year, okay? And that hits us with a problem, which is like every time the strain changes, we need either to update the vaccine or create a new vaccine from scratch, which takes money and time, and sometimes years to develop that vaccine. So, my research asked, can we build a universal carrier to carry any emerging disease that suddenly happen and break out in the nature or develops year after year after year? And my answer would be if we created something like a nano cage, which is made from the empty shell of a virus, particularly a bird virus. I'll be using its safe shell as building blocks to create this nano cage. This nano cage will be the carrier of any viral protein. We can just add it to the nano cage and let it go. This will produce a faster R&D production, okay? In case let's say for a chicken farm breaks out, we can just simply add the viral protein and go. Because sometimes the most important thing isn't the cargo, It's the box that gets it there safely. And my PhD won't produce a single vaccine. It will produce a reliable, fast, adaptable platform, which is sometimes cuts the cost of the production of the vaccine itself. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Bajas Alkaisia, for the wonderful presentation. We were just wondering what was about the shipping container, so we got the answer. It is a carrier, actually. All right, so the judges, the floor is yours. Please key in the marks. All right, please join me to welcome Miss Alia Binti Muhammad Yahaya from Faculty of Agriculture with her title of presentation, A New Way to Protect Our Vegetables, Seed Coating Technology. Please welcome.
Let's do a quick survey. Which vegetable do you think she will choose? The left one with holes or the right one? A perfect looking vegetable. If you think she will choose the right one, please raise your hands. Exactly. Because as a human, we have a natural instinct to avoid anything with damage. But we don't realize that actually it comes with a great cost. Farmers that are planting vegetable, they apply so many pesticides again and again and again, repeatedly, just to save and maintain the quality and also their yield. But it's not safe for us as a consumer to eat those vegetables. So I would like to raise two questions here. Why are we just protecting the vegetables only after it grows? Why don't we protect the vegetable before it grows? This is where my research comes in. My research shifts the usage of pesticides from the foliar. We use it on the very beginning, the item called seed. S-E-E-D. Yes, the seed that grows from the soil. How do I do it? My research consists of three essential parts. The first one, as you can see from the slide, what I did is that I extracted a locally available tree called Azadiracta excelsa. I got azadiractin from it. And then the second one, once I got it, I continue to use the seed coating process, integrate them with water, surfactant, and a biopolymer called chitosan. This way, I can save the vegetable by coating it directly to the seeds. And today, I am very, very happy to tell every one of you here that you can have a safe vegetable because we have proven it, we have tested it on the field, and as the seeds germinate, it protects the beetle attacks from the very beginning. So today, everyone, when we say that we wanted to protect it, actually in agriculture, timing is everything. So we should protect it right from the beginning, the seed. And as I can share with all of you today, it's a successful product that we are proud to be from UPM. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Alia. Now we wait for the judges to finalize their marks. All right, next, representing Faculty of Medicine and Health Sciences, please welcome our next presenter, Ms. Nabila Adina Binti Nasruddin, with her presentation titled From Waste to Insecticide, Harnessing Lime Peel Essential Oil as Dual Action Household Aerosol Against Aedes aegypti. Please welcome.
Imagine you're enjoying a warm evening, having a sippy cup of tea, but the sudden buzz of Aedes mosquitoes is an unwanted guest. Literally, they sucks. They bite us, make us itch, but more than that, they transmit deadly disease across the globe, including dengue. But here's the thing. Aedes is not just any mosquito. It is an indoor biting mosquito, meaning it prefers to live and bite inside our homes. Technically, the protection starts at home. Now, we are all familiar with mosquito insecticides in the market, such as mosquito coils, aerosol sprays, lotions, you name it, which are highly effective but filled with dangerous consequences since prolonged usage to synthetics lead to toxicity concerns. Now, what if you could turn the tide around using a plant-based option and something safer? Now, this is my research becomes handy, whereby I transform lime peel waste product into a plant-based household aerosol spray designed not to just repel mosquito, but also to kill them. And to make this work, I started in the laboratory by finding the most effective concentration to kill mosquito, also called the LC90, and formulated into household aerosol spray and tested in 2 ways. First, using a repellency testing, whereby I spray onto the household fabric and observe whether this aerosol spray, this mosquito would still feed on the blood located beneath the fabric. And second is through the adulticidal testing in a simulated living room to observe whether it could kill the mosquito in a real household setting. And the results? Voila! It was fascinating that this aerosol spray showed high repellency, almost similar to the gold standard chemical did, while also demonstrating mosquito killing activity. This lime peel essential oil contains a powerful compound called D-limonene, which disrupts mosquito nervous system, causing paralysis and ultimately death. You might wonder why mosquitoes can fly through the rain. That's due to their water-resistant exoskeleton. But with the D-limonene found in the lime peel essential oil, it breaks down the waxy coating on the body surface of mosquito, causing suffocation. And at the same time, the application of this household aerosol spray onto the fabric may mask human scent, thereby leading to confusion or repellency, making them harder to detect human. This development of household aerosol spray harnessing the lime peel essential oil holds great promise, and let me tell you why. First, it is a plant-based option non-toxic to human. Second, it is economically cost-effective, whereby we're making use of waste product from peel of lime. Lastly, it creates an aromatherapy experience, turning your home into a cozy spa. Picturing this, it is a perfect blend of comfort and practicality. So instead of throwing lime peels away, we turn them into a protection. So now you can finally enjoy your speaker of tea in peace with soothing aroma fills in the air without any disturbances. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Miss Nabila Adina Binti Nasruddin, for the wonderful presentation just now. Yeah, who can imagine that we can turn our lime peel into an essential oil? So let's work on that. So the judges, you know what to do. Please key in the marks. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me to welcome Mr. Kasim Rashdi from Halal Product Research Institute with the title Integrative GCMS and Fingerprinting Shelf Life Modeling of Sakurab Elium Chinense. Please welcome.
Okay. Assalamualaikum. How do we transform indigenous plant into scientifically proven global standard? Have you already heard the word Sakurab, with the scientific name Elium chinensis? For generations, Sakurab has been part of the cultural identity in southern Philippines, rich in antioxidants, rich in bioactive compounds, and known for traditional palapa paste like what we call sambal. But traditional alone cannot go beyond global borders. To bridge this gap, we need to develop palapa sambal from Sakurab, integrated with data-driven roadmap that transform indigenous plant into scientifically validated, halal-compliant, and globally accepted product development. Our journey began by decoding molecular fingerprint using GCMS and AOAC standard. We identified exact volatile compounds, phytochemicals, antioxidants, and nutrient composition that describes the identity of Sakurab. From halal perspective, this characterization ensures molecular transparency, purity, and halal integrity. We did not end here. We continue to discover Allium chinensis. We engineered formulation of palapa sambal and applied with different cutting-edge technologies like the HPP, ultrasound, retard, across commercial packaging systems, with close monitoring of microbial stability and degradation kinetics in real time. Finally, the heart of this innovation is the multivariate fingerprint modeling. Using PCA, PSLR chemometric analysis correlated with the quality assessment of the degradation and retention of the volatile compounds markers. With this, we determine not only the expiration, the shelf life of palapa sambal, but we determine why it expires. Because expiration level is just a date. Today, Allium chinensis Sakurab is no longer invisible in food science. Because food science is not only intended to discover new products, it is about unlocking the potential of what we already have. This is the story of Sakurab Allium chinensis. This is the future of palapa sambal. This is my research. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kasim Rashidi. Now we wait for the judges to key in their marks. Right, let's move on to our 24th participant. Please welcome Mr. Muhammad Amirun Che Hassan from Halal Products Research Institute with the presentation title Apple Snail from Pest to Remedy.
Okay. Now, think about this. From pest to remedy. Imagine the apple snail, a common pest in our paddy field, usually considered as a very threat to our agriculture, might be holding something that are far more powerful than we ever imagined. In Malaysia, the apple snail, or locally known as siput gondang, is considered as a major destructive pest in our paddy field. They will feed on the shoot of the paddy plant, which will destroy it even before they even grow. So, but what if this is not a whole story? What if this unwanted pest is actually a very valuable resource for us? So in 17th of September 2023, a news article has started to gain the public attention. It says, hemorrhoid disappeared after regularly eating the apple snail. So what does this mean? It means that this unwanted pest might be a new remedy that can emerge from our own paddy field. So it also been reported by our local resource, by our local food, that this remedy is indeed very effective in curing the hemorrhoid. So before I go further, let me explain several things. Hemorrhoid is a condition where the swollen vein occur inside the lower rectum of the human body. It can cause bleeding, and it can cause pain, and it will even turn the basic activities into a very uncomfortable experience. So, how do we prove this? How do we prove this blind belief into real evidence? This is exactly where my research came in. Based on previous study, it was believed that the apple snail contained the beneficial bioactive peptide. It is a small fragment of protein that are believed to contain a very strong medicinal properties. To prove this possibility, we will turn into the proteomic approach. It is a powerful tool that enables us to study protein at a very detailed level. It's like zooming in at a molecular level and allow us to look at the protein. Every protein that present inside the flesh of the apple snail. And with that, we can pinpoint any potential bioactive peptide that have the medicinal properties. For me, who knows? Something that I wanted that be even considered pest may become the next valuable research for us. I think that's all from me. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Muhammad Amirun Che Hassan, for a very, I think, insightful presentation just now. Who knows that siput gondang can be something that we use as a remedy in the future, right? So the judges, please keen the marks before we proceed with our next presenter. And next, please join me to welcome Ms. Rohana Binti Maidin from Faculty of Computer Science and Information Technology with the title Silent Threat, Smart Defense. Please welcome.
Imagine you are making an online payment. You click send, the money leaves your account, but it doesn't reach the recipient. It vanishes. That is how SQL first order injection works. The attack causes immediate damage. Now let's visualize a more terrifying scenario where today you open your saving accounts, the amount is showing 0. No transaction, no warning, no trace. Vanished. This is a nightmare of SQL second order injection. A silent laying trap. It doesn't attack immediately. It stays in the system like a time bomb. Attacker embed malicious code into deep down into the system where it disguises itself as a harmless data and wait for a perfect moment to strike. And when the attack is launched, it's too late. Boom, everything vanished. My solution for this issue is simple but yet powerful because it blocks the attack at the entry point. It implements a 3-layer protection system where it acts as a smart shield protecting the system inside out. Prepared statement acting as a lock. Input validation as a digital bouncer checking on the ID on every data. Input data sanitization is cleaning and stripping off the hidden malicious code from the data. This system works as a double-edged spear where it can work perfectly with the existing system and also newly developed system by scanning and removing hidden threats. My solution meets the accuracy of more than 90% in detecting the attack. This drastically removes the blind spot which is missed by the traditional security. Ensuring the system has removed the attack before it even strikes. Securing the system and making it more robust. And now, that is not just a solution, it's a peace of mind. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rohana Binti Maidin. Judges, please key in your marks. All right, let's call our next presenter. Representing Faculty of Medicine and Health Sciences, please welcome Mr. Muhammad Fikri bin Ahmed with his presentation titled, The Hidden Factor in Blood Sugar Control When Genes Make the Difference. Please welcome.
All right, think about this. A three patient sitting in the same clinic. Let's meet Ali, Meme, and Raju. They are diagnosed with the same disease, type 2 diabetes mellitus. They receive the same medication at the same dose from the same doctor. 6 months later, Ali improved. Meme struggles, and Raju is still not under control. So the question is, why? Type 2 diabetes is rising rapidly in Malaysia. But here's the problem. We treat patients as if they are all the same. We give the same drug, same dose, but yet, very different outcome. One possible reason may lie deep within us. Yes, our genes. A small differences in our DNA can influence how our body handles medication, how it is transported, and how well it works. But here's the issue. Most of what we know now come from the population that do not represent Malaysian. So for our patient, at best, we are still guessing. So I asked myself a simple question. In Malaysian patient, could genetic differences explain why the same treatment work for some patient but not for others? To find out, I studied 3 major ethnic groups, Malay, Chinese, and Indians, and examined how their genes influence their response to diabetes treatment. What I found was striking. In Malay population, certain genetic patterns allow the drug to move more efficiently in the body, leading to better blood sugar control. But in some Chinese and Indian, they have different genetic patterns that may limit how well this drug works. So the same drug, different patient, different response to treatment. So perhaps the reason Ali improved, Meme struggles, and Raju is remained at risk was not the doctors, not the medication, but their genes. My research brings us closer to personalized medicines where treatment is guided not only by the disease, but also by the patient genes. Because in the future, the question will no longer be, what is the best drug for diabetes? But rather, what is the best drug for you? Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Muhammad Fikri bin Ahmed, for a very insightful and interesting presentation just now. So the judges, please finalize and key in the marks. And now, please join me to welcome Ms. Nurul Isa Nabila Muhammad Samusuddin from Faculty of Food Science and Technology with the title Breaking Proteins, Reducing Reactions, Reinventing Goat's Milk for Allergy Relief. Please welcome.
Assalamualaikum and a very good morning. Breaking proteins, reducing rations, reinventing goat's milk for allergy relief. Do you know that cow's milk allergy is one of the most common food allergies in the world? It affects 2 to 3% of the infants worldwide at the age of 3. It can cause allergic reactions such as skin rashes, hives, nausea, vomiting, or even severe life-threatening cases and anaphylaxis. Because of this, parents often looking for a substitute, making goat's milk as an option. Why goat's milk? Well, that's because of the smaller fat globules, which is easier to digest and reduce allergen content as compared to cow's milk. Goat's milk also contains bioactive peptides such as antihypertensive, antimicrobial, and antioxidant effect, which give a series of health benefits to the people. Goat's milk also is often considered as a sunnah for Muslim. But there is a problem. The problem is that goat's milk proteins shares 90% similarities with cow's milk protein. This is because of the casein itself, which consists of alpha, beta, and kappa casein that can cause allergic reactions. This creates a critical gap where current alternative is not fully safe for human consumption. What's the solution? Well, the solution could be enzymatic hydrolysis. With enzymatic hydrolysis, the protein is being broken down by the enzymes. This will cause reduced IgE binding to the protein and cause reduced allergic reactions. Meanwhile, with enzymatic hydrolysis, the protein is not being broken down by the enzymes. This will cause IgE binding to the proteins and cause allergic reactions due to mast cell degranulations. With all this approach, we then developed a new hypoallergenic hydrolyzed goat's milk formula for people with cow's milk allergy to consume. Therefore, this research helped to support sustainable development goals such as zero hunger and good health and well-being. This research also helped to support food nutrition and food security as well as increase the added value of the goat's milk farmers. Well, most importantly, this research is not just about proteins or processes, but it's about people. We make milk safe for people to consume. That's all from me. Thank you.
Thank you to our 27th presenter, Nurul Isa Nabila Muhammad Samusuddin. Now, let's give time for the judges to finalize their marks. All right, let's welcome our next presenter, Mr. Aliu Muhammad from Faculty of Computer Science and Information Technology with his presentation title, Making Smart System Faster, Smarter and More Reliable. Please welcome.
Today, we rely on smart devices in our daily lives. When you use your smartphone for Google Maps to track your navigation, when your smartwatch tracks your health, or when the CCTV camera monitors traffic, all these devices are constantly sending data to a system working behind the scene to process it. But where does this data go exactly? It goes to a nearby computers that process this data instantly and send back the result in real time. Now imagine thousands or millions of people doing this at the same time in a smart city. This data becomes tasks that the computers need to process. This is where the problem lies. Too many tasks arrive. The computers are not the same in terms of processing power, and there is tendency of the computer failing. Because of this, the system becomes inefficient and unreliable. Therefore, I propose a solution using meta-reinforcement learning. Think of it as a smart agent that monitors the system and decides where the task should go and which computer should process the task. So when this type arrives, my solution simply identifies the computers, and then it provides failure, it provides backup in case of failure, so that the system will accommodate the tasks and process efficiently. So my solution is better than the traditional approaches that is difficult to adapt or handle failure. So the next time you use your smart devices, whether in healthcare to monitor your health, or in transportation to track your navigation, remember there's a system that is silently working behind the scene to make sure everything works smoothly. And my solution helps that system even better for everyone. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Mr. Ali Muhammad. Judges, please finalize the marks. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me to welcome our 29th presenter for today. Please welcome Mr. Muhammad Haris bin Abdul Rahman from Faculty of Forestry and Environment with the title Malaysia's Pineapple on the Global Map, How We Determine Its Sustainability. The floor is yours.
Assalamualaikum and good morning. Do you know that pineapple is so important in our culture that we serve it every time during Hari Raya, Chinese New Year, or other occasions? Who would resist the comfort food of having a piece of pineapple tart for our celebration, isn't it? In fact, it is so important that the production value of pineapple has reached 1.4 billion ringgit for the first time in history since 2024. And it is expected to expand furthermore. It is poised also to become one of the potential income earners through the export markets. However, stringent regulations were required by importers, especially developed countries, that require certain standards of sustainability to be achievable. So how do we determine the sustainability of pineapple production? There are three main important elements: environment, economic, and social. So the best way to do the sustainability assessment is through life cycle thinking. So what is life cycle process? Life cycle process encompasses a cradle to grave process that evaluates all the inputs required to determine the environmental impacts, economic impacts, and social impacts. So in this study, we use the life cycle sustainability assessment, integrating life cycle assessment for the environment, life cycle costing for economic, and social life cycle assessment for social. Our findings indicate that LCSA for pineapple is achievable because the yield of production of pineapple is so efficient. We take, for example, pineapple production per hectare is about 70 tons per hectare compared to rice, about 5 to 7 tons. That's tenfold differences. And because of this high increase, it reduces the emissions per kilogram very much, while at the same time reaching the efficiency in economic production. We also identified that the social perspectives among the stakeholders is also positive on the higher sides. So we expect that the findings from our study can be used and will be used by policymakers and those who seek to export the pineapple in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Muhammad Haris bin Abdul Rahman. Judges, please finalize your marks. All right, so let's welcome our next presenter, Ms. Chu Janing from International Institute of Aquaculture and Aquatic Sciences with her presentation title, From hours to minutes, securing our aqua food future through precision diagnostics.
Imagine you are a detective trying to find an invisible suspect. In fish farming, this suspect is often a tiny bacterium, a silent killer that can wipe out the entire pond in a single weekend. Currently, our forensic work is slow. We have to take a sample and then wait for the bacteria to grow until we can finally identify them. This is a very long work, and it's like waiting for the killers to commit more crimes until we can finally find them. Okay, so this waits take 24 to 48 hours, and by then, the damage is already done. My research uses a tool called SERS. So it's like an instant digital fingerprinting using laser light. Every bacteria has a unique surface patterns, like fingerprints. But generally, these fingerprints are too faint for us to detect. I developed a super sensitive sensor using microscopic gold, so which can amplify the bacteria signal by billions of times. And suddenly, the invisible becomes visible. And then, instead of waiting for 2 days, we just need under 5 minutes to identify our culprit, and also just using a single fingerprint. This is especially important in Streptococcus, as in Streptococcus, different serotypes behaves differently. And these different serotypes, they may need different, very specific treatment or vaccines to cure them. Without knowing the exact serotypes, farmers are essentially guessing. Farmers often will cast a wide net, and then they're dumping a lot of broad antibiotics into the pond, hoping something works. But this is ineffective. This may kill the beneficial bacteria, will create antibiotic-resistant superbugs, and also can contaminate the water. Using my gold-based SERS sensor, we can not just only identify the bacterium itself, but also the exact serotypes to provide the precise and effective treatment. So, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Chu Janing, for your hard work and your wonderful presentation. The judges, please finalize the marks. And next, please join me to welcome Mr. Hisham Nas from Faculty of Engineering with the title Physiological Artifact Detection from EEG Signal to Enhance the Recognition. The floor is yours.
How many people in this world? Roughly 8 billion people? Yeah. That's right. According to WHO, more than 1.1 billion people living with disabilities. Many of them, they can't move. And many of them, they can't speak, just like me in the beginning. Even a single word. I hope none of us facing that situation, but what if we can help them to express their feelings? What if we can help them to say something to us, express their emotions? What if we can give them a voice? This is the promise of BCI, Brain-Computer Interface, and silent speech technology. These technologies basically record the brain activity signals and then interpret it into a very meaningful information so me and you can understand what the silent patient is trying to say. But then we have a problem. Our body produces multiple signals like ECG, heart rate, hand movement, eye movement. All these signals is getting added to the brain signals as well, and it hides what actually the brain trying to say. In my research, when we did the experiment trying to understand the brain signal, which we call it EEG signal, we were to understand up to 5% only, due to all these noises and artifacts. In my research, I use AI. I use AI based on deep learning analysis to remove these artifacts. I combine ICA, independent component analysis, and TCN, which is temporal convolution neural network, to remove these artifacts. And guess what? After removing all these artifacts, we are able to understand up to 70% what the brain is trying to say. And with this, we can understand the patient, we can improve medical diagnosis, we can provide the support they need without them saying a single word. This technology has the potential to create a future where silent thoughts and imagination is a new way to communicate with others. My vision in life, to hear silent patient without them speaking. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hisham Nas. Judges, please key in your marks. Now, let's welcome our next participant from Faculty of Biotechnology and Biomolecular Sciences, Ms. Chu Ziwei, with her presentation title, Papaya Leaves, a Natural Solution for Alzheimer's Disease. Please welcome.
In the brain of an Alzheimer's patient, a silent civil war is taking place. At the center of this conflict are the brain's immune cell, the microglia, standing on the front line of defense. In a healthy brain, microglia act as the brain's maintenance crew, clearing debris and protecting neurons. But in Alzheimer's disease, something changes. Sticky protein clumps, called amyloid plaques, begin to accumulate. And microglia respond by becoming chronically overactivated. Instead of protecting the brain, they turn into drivers of inflammations and neuronal damage. What is driving this harmful transformation? And more importantly, can we control it? The answer lies in a key player, the TRPM2 channel. Think of TRPM2 as a high-pressure floodgate. Under excessive oxidative stress, this gate stays open, allowing a surge of calcium ions into the microglia. This calcium overload triggers a cascade of inflammatory signals, pushing microglia into this harmful overactive state. To protect the brain, we need a way to control this gate, to keep it closed when it matters most. Interestingly, the answer may come from something very familiar, the papaya leaf. These leaves are rich in natural compounds like flavonoid, phenolic acids, and alkaloid, known for their antioxidant and anti-inflammatory properties. In my research, I investigate whether this compound can block the TRPM2 channel. I first used computational molecular docking, like a virtual lock and key test, to identify which compound best fit into the TRPM2 keyhole. I then test the top 3 candidates in microglia cell. To observe the effect, I used a fluorescent dye that makes calcium glow. Under the microscope, fluorescent calcium appears as a bright glow. When the TRPM2 channel is open, the glow is strong. But when the TRPM2 channel is closed, the glow fades. showing that calcium entry into the cells have been successfully blocked. Despite decades of research, Alzheimer's disease remains a complex and difficult condition to treat. By targeting the TRPM2 channel on the microglia, my work proposes a novel neuroprotective strategies that interrupt this damaging cycle and also preserve the brain's natural defense system. In doing so, this research aimed to turn a simple papaya leaf into a powerful shield, keeping the brain's genitals as protectors, not destroyers. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Chu Zawe, for the wonderful presentation. And who knows that papaya leaves could be something, also a remedy in the future. So let's hope the best for that. So judges, this is the second time that you are going to key in the marks for today. And let's wait for the marks to be finalized. Ladies and gentlemen, we have come to our last presenter for today. Can we give it up for Mr. Muhammad Mahir Talal Muhammad from Faculty of Computer Science and Information Technology with the title Smarter AI for Better Disease Diagnosis. Please welcome.
Imagine sitting in a doctor's office, anxiously awaiting your test results, and in the back of your mind, one quiet concern. What if the diagnosis is wrong? It's a valid question. According to World Health Organization, human error rate is 12% of cases, while with AI assistance, it's dropped to 3. So, AI can support disease diagnosis, but it still makes mistakes. In medicine, even a single mistake can cost a life. That's why AI in healthcare must be as accurate as possible. That's exactly what my research aims to improve. A neural network, the brains behind AI, are powerful tools for disease diagnosis. However, their training process is challenging. The traditional training methods often get stuck in local optima. This means they accept good enough solution without seeking the optimal one. In medicine, this good enough isn't enough. To solve this problem, my research introduces a more effective way to train neural network using a nature-inspired method called coyote algorithm. Coyotes are intelligent social animals that collaborate and share knowledge to survive. My algorithm mimics this behavior of coyotes to train neural network, aiming to reduce the diagnostic errors. Does it work? We tested on 5 diseases and compared with other advanced methods. It achieves the highest diagnostic accuracy, 99%, and least error rate less than 1. This could help doctors make better decisions with fewer errors. So what does this mean in the future? By learning from nature, we can make AI more reliable in healthcare, leading to powerful outcomes for patients, doctors, and healthcare institutions. So the next time when you sit in the doctor's office, you can have more confidence with your results. And finally, let's remember that a better diagnosis means better lives. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Muhammad Mahir Talal Muhammad, for the wonderful presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, that concludes our final presentation for today's heat. But before we conclude the session, judges, one last time, please finalize the scores for today. And Farhan, while waiting, can we ask everyone to give it up for our 33 presenters for today, for your wonderful hard work, for your, I believe that they have put effort to make sure that their presentation went well today. So congratulations. We now invite our esteemed judges to proceed to the holding room to finalize the scores.
Participants, audience in the auditorium, and YouTube viewers, please remain seated as the judges deliberate and select the 12 finalists who will advance to the university finals this evening.
you for your patience, everyone. Once again, welcome, and thank you so much for being here with us. The results are now in.
It's here, it's here. You cannot see it, right? Okay.
We are pleased to announce the top 12 finalists who will be advancing to the university finals this evening.
Before that, we would like to express our heartfelt appreciation to our esteemed adjudicators for their time and dedication today. Hence, to present a token of appreciation, we would like to invite Professor Dr. Niti Hirawati Kamaruzaman, the Deputy Dean Admissions, Institutional Relations and Financial Aid of the School of Graduate Studies to do the honors. Please welcome. We would like to invite the Chief Adjudicator, Professor Dr. Nomaswana Binti Ismail, to the stage.
Professor Technologist Dr. Razif Harun to the stage.
Next, let's call upon Dr. Aini Azika Makro to the stage.
Let's invite Professor Insinyur Dr. Hisham Nas.
Last but not least, please welcome to the stage Associate Professor Dr. Shamila Zakaria.
Thank you, Prof. Niti, for presenting the tokens.
Before we announce the results, let us invite the head of the adjudicating panel to share their thoughts and feedback on the overall performance of our participants today.
Please welcome Professor Dr. Nomaswana to the stage.
And good afternoon. First of all, I would like to thanks to the MCs, to SGS, Prof. Rosmawati, Prof. Niti, and all the secretariats, and the most important, to the presenters. 3-minute Thesis 2026. Yeah? And I also would like to thanks to my team, okay, all the judges, dedicated judges, and very committed. Today actually it's not really comments or but it's just giving the tips lah. Maybe that you can be used for the next competition. Okay, if you are selected for today's final presentation, you can improvise, especially related to how actually you present your 3-minute thesis, because 3-minute thesis is about your research and how you actually try to send the message and dissemination of your research to layman people. For example, I'm economist and you are talking about the scientific research. So how actually you explain to me and make me understand. Okay, that's actually a very important message. Okay. from my observation, all right, for today's presentation, I can see that you are lacking in terms of practices. Lack in terms of practices. Practice make you perfect, especially when you wanted to pronounce. Pronunciation is very important because of today's we have actually panel from education, and then we have several panel that actually from even though not from your area, but we wanted to know what actually the exactly term that you are using. All right, so means that practice actually at least can reduce the error. All right, and some actually presenters when they speak, okay, is too monotone. You know that one tone. Okay, so it's actually very interesting. You can actually diversify a little bit, increase, decrease your tone, not too much monotonize. And very important, I can see that like in terms of the eye contact. Eye contact is very important. I'm actually looking forward to you to see us. Okay, but some actually just look at the floor, just look at the slide. Okay, so I think eye contact to audience is very, very important because this is how you engage to the audience. I think for me for the presentation, eye contact should be actually that's why you need to practice to ensure that you have the eye contact, not to and another thing that try to not the positioning. Okay, you can actually move a little bit, but not actually too much movement. Because sometimes when too much movement, okay, people like us, okay, we're kind of disease, we have to move the eyes from here, left to right to left. So I think movement is okay, but try to limit your movement. Standing in one position is not good presentation. Okay, you have to at least move your body. Okay, the body language is also very important. Your hands, okay, how you move your hands, your eye contact, okay, your body here. If you move, for example, like okay, I'm talking to you and I move here and I move here, okay, so that actually is not so good a presentation, right? And another thing that you are not in the lecture hall, you are not teaching, you are talking about your research. It's different. If I'm teaching, lecturing in the class, okay, class, okay, this is a slide, okay, I'm showing this, I'm using my pointer, but you are actually presenting your research. The slide is already there, okay, but you don't have to, okay, point here and there. Okay, it's not necessary. We know, because that is important of your slides. Because I noticed that many actually presenters using AI. Okay, so because AI is good to help us enhancing the photos, but if we're using too much AI, it's too crowded. Okay, so let's because some you can also look at the winner of the 3-minute thesis from abroad, like international. Sometimes it's just 2 line, 3 line, 1 photo. Okay, but when you ask AI to design for you, that's what the AI don't know about your research. Okay, so they would scatter every detail. I'm pretty sure that you submit the script or the abstract and then ask the AI to design for you, right? So, so you actually choose what actually the main content that you want to put in your slide, but you can enhance using AI, not ask AI to design for you. All right. So I think that's actually ada lagi satu one more thing. What is this? Okay. The rest. One more thing, the last one. Okay. This is actually formal occasion, competition. I think dressing actually is very important. Okay, how do you dress matters. Okay, because of it's just not like you're talking to your friends, okay, santai-santai in the coffee. No, it's actually competition, and we are taking seriously. Hopefully, that in the future you check also your how do you dress during the competition. Right, so to that I end my not comments, it's just giving some of the tips to you to improvise in the future. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof. Normas, for the thoughtful tips given to the participants. We hope that you are going to take some notes to improve your presentation in the near future. All right, are you guys ready? Are you guys ready? All right, we are going to announce the 12 finalists who will be advancing from today's hit in no particular order.
Yep.
All right. So Farhan, I'm going to go first.
Let's go.
All right. Please congratulate Ng Yuan from Faculty of Engineering.
The second finalist is from Institute of Bioscience, Kowi.
And next, congratulations to Ngo Jun Hong from Faculty of Human Ecology.
Our fourth finalist, please congratulate Ms. Pabitra Pandit Selvam from Faculty of Educational Studies Social Science category.
And next, congratulations to Tan Ife from Faculty of Science.
We have one representative from Modern Language and Communication, Yuchi.
Congratulations. And next, please gather your hand from Ayana Said from Faculty of Science.
Our eighth finalist, congratulations, Nurhazira Suraju.
And next, please join me to congratulate Ms. Nurinad Johan from Faculty of Medicine and Health Sciences.
Alright, 3 more spots. The 10th finalist is Alia Mama Yahya from Faculty of Agriculture.
Next in line, congratulations to Mr. Muhammad Fikri Ahmad from Faculty of Medicine and Health Sciences.
And our last finalist, congratulations to Mr. Muhammad Mahed Talal Muhammad from Faculty of Computer Science and Information Technology.
Ladies and gentlemen, and with that we have reached the conclusion of our heat for UPM 3-minute thesis competitions.
Thank you for being with us today, and congratulations again to all participants for their dedication and for presenting their ideas with passion and clarity. Everyone, well done.
Before we proceed for a short lunch break, we would like to request the finalists to remain in the auditorium for a short briefing. Once again, congratulations and thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much, everyone.
Good afternoon and a very good day to all of you. Welcome to the finals of University Putra Malaysia 3-minute thesis competition 2026. Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to make several important reminders for you to take attention upon throughout today's competition.
Firstly, this event will be broadcasted live on the School of Graduate Studies YouTube channel, so feel free to share them with your family and friends.
Secondly, you are required to stay seated in your place and not to leave the auditorium before the event ends.
And thirdly, you are required to switch off your mobile phones or switch them into silent mode throughout the event. This is to ensure that the presenter's presentation is not disrupted while being evaluated. Thank you. announcing the arrival of a young berbahagia, Professor Dr. Rusmawati Said, Deputy Dean of Thesis and Student Development Unit, School of Graduate Studies.
Ladies and gentlemen, please stand up for the national anthem, Negaraku and Putra Gemilang.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Yang berbahagia, Profesor Dr. Rusmawati Said, Deputy Dean of Thesis and Student Development Unit, School of Graduate Studies, distinguished guests and judges, officers of University of Putra Malaysia, participants of UPM's 3 Minutes Thesis 2026 competition.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the finals of the UPM 3 Minutes Thesis 2026 competition.
To seek the blessings from the Almighty to event today, we would like to invite Mr. Muhammad Adib Baharuddin from the School of Graduate Studies to recite the dua. Please welcome.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين والصلاة والسلام على أشرف الأنبياء وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين اللهم إنا نسألك سلامة في الدين وعافية في الجسد وزكاة في الرزق وتوبة قبل الموت ورحمة بعد الموت اللهم هون علينا في سكرات الموت والنجاة من النار وعفوا عند الحساب ربنا لا تزغ قلوبنا بعد إذ هديتنا وهب لنا من لدنك رحمة إنك أنت الوهاب ربنا آتنا في الدنيا حسنة وفي الآخرة حسنة وقنا عذاب النار وصلى الله على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم والحمد لله رب العالمين.
Amin, amin, ya Rabbal Alamin. Thank you, Mr. Muhammad Adib Baharuddin, for the doa recital. Without further ado, we would like to invite Yang Berbahagia, Professor Dr. Rusmawati Said, Deputy Dean of Thesis and Student Development Unit, Schools of Graduate Studies, to deliver her welcoming speech. Please welcome.
Thank you, Chairman of the ceremony. Alhamdulillah, today we are actually that at this stage. Okay, I'm really proud that we managed to manage this event, 3-minute thesis at UPM level 2026. I would like to thanks to all the deans, deputy deans that exist here, and all the staffs that give your supports. We acknowledge that time is very precious, and then your appearance here is actually really appreciated. And then I would like to thank to all the SGS staff for manage this event. Without your helps, I'm sure that this event cannot be managed smoothly. Today, as we know that we research to show our research excellence, and to all the finalists, I would like to congratulate to all of you. I believe that from the 3 years work, it is actually that not easy to deliver your research in 3 minutes, but you managed to deliver in 3 minutes. From the morning, I can see that many topics from many disciplines, from the seed, oil, talking about so many things, actually that very interesting topics that all of you deliver today. So that believe that the judges here is not to comment you, but the judges here to give you positive feedbacks. So the last things is actually that I would like to thank against all the secretariats that manage these events, okay, from the 33 candidates this morning, okay, we actually that choose only 12 finalists. All right, so to all the finalists, I would like to again to say congratulations in advance, okay, so that's hope that you can deliver your 3 minutes more better this evening. Okay, without further ado, I would like to wish that let's the final begins. Thank you.
Thank you, Yang Berbahagia Prof, for the wonderful remarks.
Dear participants, a competition could not naturally be a competition without its judges. Let us introduce to you the esteemed judges for our university hit rounds this afternoon. We have a total of 3 judges with us today. Firstly, the head of the educating panel, we have Associate Professor Dr. Liliati Ismail. Liliati Ismail is an Associate Professor and Head of Department at the Faculty of Educational Studies, University Putra Malaysia. She has extensive experience in teaching, research, publication, postgraduate supervision, and thesis examination in the field of TESOL. She has successfully supervised a total of 26 PhD students to completion. Her academic interests include grammar pedagogy, second language teaching and learning, and research in language education.
Next up, we have technologist Dr. Muhammad Zohair Muhammad Nur. Technologist Dr. Muhammad Zohair Muhammad Nur is a senior lecturer in the Department of Process and Food Engineering, Faculty of Engineering, UPM. His journey in research communication began in 2014 when he secured first runner-up in the 3-minute thesis competition at Victoria University, Australia. Since completing his PhD in 2017, he has dedicated himself to coaching, mentoring, and delivering 3-minute thesis training across UPM faculties and research institute. Driven by a passion for impactful science communication, he has successfully guided numerous students to win at university, national, and international levels. In addition to 3-minute thesis, Dr. Zohair also is involved in other research communication platforms such as Falling Wall and IEEE 5M FYP, further expanding his reach in translating complex research to engaging narrative for diverse audience. Outside academia, Dr. Zohair is a seasoned public speaker and MC for various national and international conferences. He also has broadcasting experience, having served as a part-time radio DJ for Putra FM in UPM, and of course, Melbourne community station 3ZZ FM. Once again, this is technologist Dr. Muhammad Zohair Muhammad Nur.
And last but not least, we have Dr. Tavamaran Kanesan. Dr. Tavamaran completed his PhD in engineering in under 3 years, specializing in 4th generation LTE and optical communications. He is the founder of Proofreading by a UK PhD, a global consulting firm employing over 118 consultants and serving corporates and universities across 36 countries. The firm acts as the official editorial partner for numerous prestigious institutions, including Mardi, USM, Unimas, UMK, USIM, our own UPM, UKM, and Aussie AMDHS. In his personal research journey, Dr. Tavamaran has published over 70 papers, largely in quartile 1 journals and elite conferences. He has secured over 23.7 million ringgit or 5.4 million US dollars in research grants and earned accolades such as BPH Successful People in Malaysia and Researcher of the Year. His academic reach extends to over 300,000 followers on TikTok and Facebook, where he focuses on academic and career paradigms.
Ladies and gentlemen, can we give it up for our judges for today? Farhan, before we proceed with our hit for today, let us also welcome yang berbahagia Professor Dr. Niti Hirawati Kamarul Zaman, the Deputy Dean of Admission, Institutional Relation and Financial Aid from SGS. Assalamualaikum, Doctor. Good to have you again. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, in addition to our 4 main winners, 2 for each category, we also have People's Choice Award for today, which will be determined entirely by the votes of our audience and supporters. Therefore, we encourage you to share this QR code displayed on the screen with your friends and family, allowing them to vote for their favorite presenters today.
The poll will remain open until the end of this finals competition. Please note that the People's Choice Award is a separate recognition, not included in the main award rankings, and will not represent UPM to the national level. All right, that being said, let's begin today's competition. We would like to invite our first presenter, Kowi from Institute of Bioscience, with the presentation title, Turning Viruses into Smart Weapons Against Cancer. The floor is yours.
All right, good afternoon everyone. So cancer is a devastating disease, harmful to our human body, and it's very hard to cure, right? So the reason why the cancer is normally hard to cure is because the cancer cells in our human body are just like the criminal hiding inside the city. They'll hide here and there to just prevent them from being caught by the policemen in the city, which are our immune cells. So most of the time, the most common way we use to treat the cancers are, we use the chemotherapy or the radiotherapy. However, using these two methods are just like we couldn't find the criminal in the city, and then we bomb the whole city using the carpet bombing method as shown in the figure here. So by having this method, of course, all the cancer cells can be killed, but at the same time, the innocents, which are our healthy cells, the healthy tissues, will be affected also. So this is the reason why the cancer treatment always come along with a lot of the side effects, such as the hair loss, the loss of appetite, and so on. So to make this cancer treatment more effectively and with less side effect, our invention comes in. What we use here is, we use the viruses to treat the cancer. Yes, you didn't hear it wrong. We use virus, and this treatment we call virotherapy. The virus, these viruses are not like the virus we normally heard about, like the HIV, the dengue virus, or the COVID virus, but our team is working on a virus called Newcastle disease virus, NDV, and we have successfully turned them into a smart and powerful weapon against the cancers. This virus is very smart and very good because they are not harmful to our human body, but at the same time, they have the ability to kill the cancer cells. They naturally carry an AI system in their body, avoid all the healthy cells, specifically target on the cancer cells, strike on it, and kill them. But we didn't really stop here. What we do here is we did some genetic modification on it. We turn it into a more powerful weapon against cancer. This genetic modification, you can imagine, is just like we are giving the serum injection into a skinny guy like me, and to turn into a more powerful and muscular man like the Captain America. But Captain America never fight alone, right? So when he fight, he will also cause his Avengers team to come and help him out. These Avengers heroes are representing the different types of the immune cells in our human body. So at the end of the day, not only the viruses, but these immune cells will help together fight against the cancer and make this treatment more effective compared to the common methods. So at the end of my story here, I just want to tell you all that the virus is not always necessarily bad, but the virus like NDV, Newcastle disease virus, can be good also because our team has successfully turned it into a more powerful and smart weapon against cancer. That's all from me. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Koh Wei Chin. So to the judges, we open for Q&A session.
Yeah, I can hear you. Yeah. Mm-hmm. What is the problem I face in this research? I think the research of like the problem I face, I think is the difficulty to produce this virus because it involves some genetic modifications. So this technique is not that easy for the non-specialist person. So we have to train for a while to be able to produce such recombinant virus for us to use and to treat the cancers. Yeah.
Hi.
Hi.
Well done for the presentation.
Thank you.
May I know what is your expectation in the next 5 years regarding to your project?
All right. Actually, my current stage is we are in the middle of doing the animal study. Actually, today I got the animal study in the lab, but I just came here for the presentations. So in the futures, we are hoping we can enter the clinical trial, which we can have the first in human trial in the futures, because that's not easy to use the virus to treat the cancer, and especially involve all the clinical trial. That's not easy in Malaysia. So we hope we can use this virus in the future later. Thank you.
All right. One last question.
Hello, hi.
Hi.
Very good presentation. Thank you. The methodology part during your presentation were rather not precisely delivered, I guess. So how long is this study going to be conducted, this clinical trial?
We are not going into the clinical trial for the current stage, but for this project, I have been doing for 3 years already.
3 years already?
Yes,
Right.
I expect to finish this year.
Okay, all right. All the best. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, thank you judges for the question. Now we give the judges time to finalize the scores and the marks before we proceed with the next presenter. Thank you. So Mr. Koh, terima kasih.
Terima kasih.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to move to our second presenter for today. So please join me to welcome Mr. Yuchi from Faculty of Modern Languages and Communication with the title From Diaspora to Post-Diaspora, Revising Cultural Identity and Narrative Strategies in Contemporary Malaysian Chinese Cinema. Please welcome.
Okay, let's start my topic. My research is about Malaysian Chinese film, Malaysian Chinese directors, and their cultural identity. If you are still using the words like the diaspora, nostalgia, searching for the roots to describe Malaysian Chinese filmmaker and their films, I said yes, but only before I start my research. The more Malaysian Chinese film I watched, the more doubt I grew. Who are they? An example, Tai Liang. I'm a Chinese. I think he's the best Malaysian Chinese filmmaker. He won a lot of big awards in international film festival. But my master degree supervisor in Australia, he asked me in return, isn't he a Chinese? So I reading some literature and I found Malaysian scholars said, no, he's not a Malaysia. He represents Taiwanness. So I'm confused. Is Sarawak become a part of Taiwan or something? So like Stuart Hall said, the identity are always defined by the others. And only through others' eyes you can find yourself. But I don't know whether Tai Liang know who he is right now, but these three Malaysian Chinese filmmakers gave me a new insight. The first one, Tan Chui Mei, who is the most influential Malaysian filmmaker right now. Her work are always convinced that don't care about your identity. Do yourself, you are simply yourself. The next guy, Sam Quad, he got really huge commercial success in China, and unless he says nobody knows he's in Malaysia. Even though he shows his hometown Penang to the world, but only as a virtual spectacle. The third one, Chunky, and the most rebellious Malaysian filmmakers, and he remind us, don't forget your past and don't leave the Malaysian Chinese heritage behind. When we talk about identity, it doesn't matter diaspora or not. Like Tan Chui Mei said, there have already become a new ethnic right now. And cultural identity is not about who you are, where you come from, it's a potential. It's about who you could become and how you are represented. These Malaysian Chinese filmmakers are still using their work to build a new community culture, and I hope my research can offer them some support and new strategies to let them gain more and more recognition. Thank you.
All right. So judges, you may ask your questions.
Okay, hi Kishi.
Yeah.
Okay, my question is, you talked about community culture, yeah? But why is it important? Why do we need to bother about community culture?
Because like in the film industry, you should to know who you are and you can produce your work. And in the commercial market, you should balance that. But like Malaysian Chinese, if they always do the Chinese film, so how do they battle with the Chinese mainland films? They got more and more money and better production. So I think it's really, really important.
What is the second question? No? All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, now we wait for our esteemed judges to finalize their marks. Okay, so our third participant, he's from the Faculty of Computer Science and Information Technology. Please welcome Mr. Muhammad Mahir Talal Muhammad with his presentation titled Smarter AI for Better Disease Diagnosis. Please welcome.
Imagine sitting in a doctor's office, anxiously waiting your test results. And in the back of your mind, one quiet concern. What if the diagnosis is wrong? According to World Health Organization, human error rate is 12% of cases, while with AI assistance, it's dropped to 3. So AI can support disease diagnosis, but it still makes mistakes. In medicine, even a single mistake can cost a life. That's why AI in healthcare must be as accurate as possible. And that's exactly what my research aims to improve. Neural network brains behind AI are powerful tools for disease diagnosis. However, their training process is challenging. The traditional training methods often get stuck in local optima. This means they accept good enough solution without seeking the optimal one. In medicine, good enough isn't enough. To solve this problem, my research introduces a more effective way to train neural network using a nature-inspired method called coyote algorithm. Coyotes are intelligent social animals that collaborate and share knowledge to survive. My algorithm mimics this behavior of coyotes to train neural network for disease diagnosis, aiming to reduce the diagnostic errors. Does it work? We tested on 5 diseases and compared with other advanced methods. It achieved the highest diagnostic accuracy, 99%, and least error rate. So what does this mean in the future? By learning from nature, we can make AI more reliable in healthcare, leading to better outcomes for patients, doctors, and healthcare institutions. So the next time when you sit in a doctor's office, you can have more confidence in your results. And finally, let's remember that a better diagnosis means better lives. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Muhammad Mahir Talal Muhammad. Judges, now the floor is yours for you to ask any question to our participant.
Okay, thank you very much for the very interesting research. Okay, so what is your hallucination rate so far? Because if you're going to train your algorithm, you're going to need enormous amount of data.
Yes.
Not easy. And this most data that is relating to diseases is going to be confidential. Most of it. So how are you going to access to it? That's the first question. Second question, how is the hallucination rate? Because given the current optimum training level of OpenAI, Gemini, we still have a lot of hallucination, even at chatbot level, 60 to 80% sometimes. That's what, based on global reports so far. So how is that going to improve? You know, and this is medical as well. So those are my questions.
Okay. Okay, my answer is about hallucination. My algorithm didn't use LLM for disease diagnosis. For disease diagnosis, we use the neural network, the same neural network. But my algorithm is used to train this neural network. What is the meaning of training? Training is the meaning of optimizing this neural network or optimizing their weights or tune these weights to find the optimal weights. This is the concepts of training of a neural network. So LLM or hallucination for Gemini or ChatGPT, this is not my work. My work is about the training neural network or MLP neural network to optimize it and find the best weights for this neural network to produce the more accurate results. Actually, especially for medicine. For medicine, we need the accurate results. Thank you.
Is there any other question from the judges? No. All right. So the judges, please finalize the scores before we move to the next presenter. Thank you, Mr. Muhammad Mahir Talal, once again. And now, let's move to our fourth presenter for today. Please join me to welcome Mr. Ngo Jen Hong from Faculty of Human Ecology with the title Avoidance is Better Than Cure.
Imagine, in one normal day, you are just scrolling through your phone. Nothing unusual happens. Suddenly, a link pops up. Maybe from a friend, maybe from somewhere you don't even remember. And unconsciously, you tap the link. And in that instant, something feels different. Your screen starts to flicker, your app starts to open by themselves, and your messages that you didn't type starts appearing. You try to shut everything down, but it turns out you can't. Luckily, there's someone beside you steps in, a friend who knows exactly what to do in this moment. So after a few quick moves, he managed to settle it down. It's fine now, he said, and maybe it is. However, the feeling of yours just doesn't seem to go away. For the rest of that day, every notification makes you pause. Every messages makes you feel suspicious, because you know for a moment back then, you completely lost control of your own phone. Now this scenario actually happens not only once or twice. It actually happens every day, and to people just like us, the consumers. Consumers are often being regarded the most exposed group when it comes to cybersecurity. Now, unlike business organizations out there, we do not have any IT departments that could help to protect our pockets for 24 hours. So, my study intends to propose a more simpler and practical method to the consumers, which is by avoiding threats in the first place. Now, to understand what motivates threat avoidance, we surveyed over 400 people in Klang Valley, and here's what we found. Threat avoidance basically relies on 4 internal factors, which is by recognizing that threats are dangerous, by believing that cybersecurity are effective, by having a sense of control in existing cybersecurity resources, and simply by having a positive attitude towards cybersecurity. Now, here's a plot twist. Our study also found that social influence have absolutely zero effect. That means it doesn't matter whether the people around you, if they are having a high conscious or low awareness in cybersecurity, their behavior doesn't affect yours. Now, this means that our digital safety, it's entirely based on your own personal initiative, and nobody can affect that. So my dear friends, please try to understand cybersecurity. Take some time to study it, or at least take it seriously. As the saying goes, prevention is better than cure. And in my context, avoidance is better than cure. Avoid the threats now before it becomes unavoidable. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Judges, do you have any questions?
Yes, well done for the presentation.
Thank
so my question is, can you briefly explain us a little bit more about your methodology, because you're talking about surveying 400.
Yes.
Yeah. Beside it.
Basically, I'm doing on quantitative research lah. So I was sending questionnaire out. So for my case, I actually take multi-stage sampling. So I go physically on the field and go and distribute questionnaire to 400 people. It was a very challenging days. I took basically 1 semester to collect my data.
Okay, hi.
Hi.
Thank you, Jen Hong,
Hong,
for
yes.
that presentation. I have a question for you. How is your study novel? Yeah, I think it's common knowledge not to click on threads.
Okay. Yeah, actually, for threat avoidance, for my part, basically there's not much study doing on the consumers yet, because existing studies when it comes to cybersecurity, they only focus on IT workers and maybe on organizations, people. Okay, but something out from this field, like for example, people like just normal people, like maybe households or maybe youngsters, you know, outside from the working setting, all right? So there are still no any studies on this yet. And based on the crime statistic out there, there's so many, you know, some sort of cybersecurity issues happening around in the household level. So yeah, this is my main point for conducting this study.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Judges, you may key in your marks. Before we bring up our next presenter, just a quick reminder to keep those votes coming in for the People's Choice Award. As you can see, the QR code is up on the screen. Please scan it and feel free to share it with your friends and family so they can support their favorite presenter today. The poll stays open until the end of the competition. All right. For our next presenter, she's from Faculty of Science. Please welcome Ms. Diana Bintiside with her presentation title, Lead-Free Radiation Shielding Glass. Please welcome.
You are in a hospital, getting your X-ray examination done. You are alone in the room, feeling shy in the gown. You see a window that separates you and the X-ray technician outside. That transparent glass is not ordinary glass. It is radiation shielding glass. It protects people from harmful radiation while still allowing visibility. It is used in hospitals, nuclear facilities, research lab, and in fact, it is a part of a $1.3 billion industry. But here's the catch. Most of this glass is made using lead. Lead is effective in radiation shielding. However, it is very toxic, linked to 1.5 million deaths in a year as reported by WHO. My research asks a simple question. Can we design something safer? To approach this, let's start thinking glass design like baking a cake. Does anyone here have allergies? If you are allergic to gluten, you don't have to stop eating cakes. You can eat gluten-free cakes. And like baking, every ingredient has a role. Just like how flour binds together with sugar, egg, hold a cake together. It's the same thing in glass. In my research, my ingredients are metal-derived oxides. I have tellurium as the backbone structure. I have boron as the stabilizer. I have bismuth act as the alternative to lead for radiation shielding. And the last ingredient, I have zinc oxide, the glass modifier, which will modify the structural properties of this glass, just like how baking soda changes the texture of your cake. At the end of the day, what I'm essentially doing is I'm fine-tuning a recipe until I get a glass that is transparent, effective in radiation shielding, and completely lead-free. I took my most optimized version of the recipe and I put it to the test. I compared it with the radiation shielding glass in the market to see the performance. Turns out, my glass performs 50% better. While I'm not a baker, I cannot bake a cake to save my life, but this recipe is something that I'm really proud of. I guess innovation isn't just about adding something new. Sometimes innovation is about removing something harmful. So hopefully the next time you're in that X-ray examination room, that piece of glass will protect you twice as better from the harmful radiation and from the material itself. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Diana Bintiside, for the beautiful analogy presented just now. Judges, do you have any question to our presenter?
Very, very good presentation. Just that, do you have any idea to patent this thing?
Sorry?
To patent.
To patent this
Yeah.
thing? Definitely. It's
Okay.
part of our plan.
Okay. So when you said 50% additional performance,
Yes.
how do you measure?
It's from MAC. It's a value, mathematical value that we, the value, the unit is percentage. Basically, how well it is in radiation shielding. When the glass has more atoms in it, more electron, that means it is able to react with the incoming radiation. That means it's the performance. It's called MAC.
Yeah, I was about to ask the same question, like what is the fundamental mechanism behind the shielding of the radiation by using your glass? So you did not include it in your presentation, but you did not answer it.
Okay, I can elaborate a little bit more. Basically, I did mention that I am having bismuth as the alternative to lead. Okay, bismuth is very high in atomic number is high. When you have more atoms, basically you imagine when more people are in the stage, more people can fight. So the possibility of interaction from the atom and the incoming radiation is high, means it can shield properly. Thank you.
All right, is that all from the judges? Okay, so judges, you know what to do. Please finalize the score. Terima kasih and thank you once again to Ms. Diana Bintiside. Up next, please join me to welcome Ms. Pabitra Panirselvam from the Faculty of Educational Studies with the title Before They Walk Away.
Her name doesn't matter, but you've seen her. She sits at the back of the classroom. She's quiet, and she shows up most of the days. Her father works double shift, and her mother prays every morning that she finishes school. But between those classroom and the prayers, something is breaking down, and nobody sees it happening. By the time anyone notices, she's already gone. Malaysian Indians community is one of the most educationally vulnerable population in this country. 70% of Indian students who drop out come from low-income families, and 9 out of 10 report being unseen in school. My question here is not why they drop out. We all know the pressures, right? Financial strain, family, peers, culture, and etc. My question here is, how do these pressures connect inside a student's mind, and whether these connections determine for her to stay or walk away from school? In order to answer that, I come up with a 2-stage study with at-risk Malaysian Indian students. I actually sat with them and let them tell me their stories. But I didn't just listen. I used a methodology called quantitative ethnography, which does something that most research cannot. It takes their actual words, stories, and reasoning and converts them into maps, visual networks that show how these ideas connect inside a student's mind when she talks about school. Now let's put it this way, right? When a student says, my father works 2 jobs so that I can study, but I keep failing. So what's the point of studying? Now that's not just a sentence, that's a pathway from sacrifice to failure to giving up. And that is exactly what my research captures. Here's why this matters. 2 different students, same hardship, same school, same issues. But one maps it onto a goal that she does not want to repeat what her parents says does. Her reasoning flows forward and she stays in school. Another maps it onto helplessness, right? She stops there. Her reasoning stops, so she walks away. The difference here is not the hardship, it's the reasoning and the availability of social emotional tools for them to reframe their reasoning. And that's what my research research does points out to the educators to see the warning signs before the decision is made and before another unseen, quiet student becomes a statistic. We cannot afford keep missing the moments before they walk away. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Pabitra. Now it's time for Q&A.
Hi, Pabitra. One question for you. What impact do you expect to have from this research?
Okay, this study actually is dedicated towards marginalized group. So when we studied in Malaysia, one of the most affected group was the Malaysian Indians. So from this study, we are looking at how can we come up with strategies and integrate them into the curriculum, like a well culturally informed strategy into our national curriculum moving forward, so that we can address them before they become a very small, unseen and quiet group in the classroom. Yeah, that's all, Doctor.
Do you have a second question? No? All right, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, everyone.
Okay, let's give time to our esteemed judges to key in their marks. Okay, so let's call up our seventh presenter. Please welcome Ms. Alia Binti Muhammad Yahaya from Faculty of Agriculture with a presentation titled A New Way to Protect Our Vegetable Seed Coating Technology.
Let us do a quick survey here. This is Mimi. She is going to buy vegetable. Which vegetable do you think she will choose? The left one with holes or the right one? A perfect looking vegetable. If you think she will choose the right one, please raise your hand. Exactly. Because as a human, we will naturally avoid anything with damage. We don't like it. But most of us does not aware that this comes at a great cost. The farmers out there actually spread a lot of chemical pesticides just to get and to maintain the quality and the healthy and the beauty appearance of the vegetable. But it's not safe for us at all. It's just not safe. And even if we apply a biopesticide, the challenges actually remain the same. Why do I say so? It's because whenever we spray something, it doesn't really go to where it is needed. It's waste. So here I would like to raise two questions. First, why do we only protect vegetable only after it grows? Why don't we protect it even before it emerges from the soil? And this is where my research comes in. My research shifts crop protection technology to a very beginning from the seed. Yes, SEED, seed. So my research particularly brings up to three essential key elements. First, I extracted azadirachtin, an active ingredient that have same biopesticidal compound as neem. I believe everyone have heard about it. It's very famous in the world. And then I combine them with water, surfactant, and a biopolymer called chitosan. Once I have a stable formulation, this eco-friendly formulation will be coated to the seeds. And today, I am very happy and proud to tell every of you that it works. Now, everyone here can have a safe vegetable on your plate. And sometimes, ladies and gentlemen, in agriculture, timing is everything. And we don't even have to solve the problem only after it happened. We can protect it from the very beginning through the seed. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Alia Binti Muhammad Yahaya. So now we open the floor to our judges for the question.
Hello, Miss Alia.
Hello.
Congratulations for the presentation just now.
Thank
Can you explain a little bit more on how the coating managed to protect the vegetables from the pesticide?
Okay, sure. Okay, so in seed coating formulation, we need a different ingredient to be counted in. But the tricky part is that we have to find a suitable plant extract that can be mobilized once the seed is the coated. Basically, it will break and then it will mobilize because it is a water base. So I managed to source Azadirachta excelsa, which is a water base. So once it emerges, it will bring up to the stem of the seedlings. And at the very beginning, basically, it's the earliest protection is the most important. The first, second to fifth days after the seedling germinates, that's the most critical part, and we have tested it. The extract actually remains in the seedlings, and it protects. The beetle, actually, they don't want to come near, and they won't eat the seedlings. Yes. So the key is the water-based plant extract.
All right. Do you have any other question from the judges? All right, very good. So judges, please finalize the score once again. Terima kasih. Thank you, Miss Alia. Next up, we have the presenter from Faculty of Engineering with the title Smarter Building in an Emergency Crisis. Please join me to welcome Ms. Nurhazira Binti Suradi.
Imagine this. When you wake up tomorrow, you check your phones. Fuel price have doubled overnight. This is not a distant scenario. This is a global energy crisis, such as conflict in Iran. So we already feeling it. Higher fuel costs, increased living expenses, and even worse, policies work from home. So what we can do now? In my research, basically, I will focus to the building, how to reduce the energy consumption in buildings. So what I did was, the first one, I start with the energy assessment. Then, from here, I will identify inefficiency of the energy management and also energy consumption in buildings. At the end, I will generate the options how to reduce this energy. But the problem is here. Which combination of the option is the best to maximize saving with the lowest investment cost and the fastest payback period? So there is where my research comes in. I developed a data-driven approach using the P-graph tool. This P-graph actually will identify the best combination of these options. So what is the input for the P-graph actually is 3. The first one is the list of options. The second one is the investment level, investment cost in Ringgit Malaysia. And the last one is the percentage reductions for each option compared to the baseline. In this case, the baseline is actually the annual energy consumption in this building. So from the P-graph actually, I managed to generate 10 options. The impact to the building owners, they can reduce the energy consumption about 10%. So my research basically will identify inefficiency of energy management in buildings and also directly reduce the CO2 emissions to our environment. So come with me, join me to save the energy, to save our planet. With that, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Nurhazira. Judges, you may deliver your questions.
Hi, Miss Surya.
Hi, Doctor.
Okay, congratulations. Okay, may I know whether your P-graph tool that you use for your project can be further extended for other application instead of just to, to save the energy? Thank you.
Okay, for this P-graph actually is the novelty of my projects. Okay, before the P-graph also have been used for the other application, such as for selection of the best means to for the what we call for paddy, such as Freddy has, they need to go for the incineration or just go for the landfill. That's in others application for the pig graph. Many application actually, but for this energy in terms of options selection, this is the first time as far as I know lah for this project.
Do we have a second question? No? All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, once again, a reminder to keep those votes coming in for the People's Choice Awards. As you can see, the QR code is on the screen once again. Please scan it and feel free to share it with your friends and family so that they can support their favorite presenter today. The poll will stay open until the end of the competition. Okay, thank you very much. Now we will proceed with our ninth presenter. She's from Faculty of Medicine and Health Sciences. Please welcome Ms. Nurinad Binti Johan with her presentation title, Surviving Cancer Without Losing the Heart, The Power of Tiny Messengers. Please welcome.
What if you've been diagnosed with cancer and you fight to survive with chemotherapy, but immediately after or even years later, your heart begins to fail? Not because of the cancer, but because of the treatment that saved your life. This is a hidden problem in modern medicines, the one that patients are may not aware of until it's too late. For your information, some cancer drugs like 5-fluorouracil can damage your heart. This condition is called cardiotoxicity. And for many patients, there's no effective way to fully prevent it. So while we are getting better at saving life from cancer, we may also be creating a second long-term disease that might affect patients' quality of life or even lead to death. Now, the question is, can we protect the heart while receiving chemotherapy? This is where my research comes in. My research focused on something incredibly small but potentially powerful in treating cardiotoxicity. It's about tiny particles released from stem cell, which is known as exosomes. You might be wondering what is exosomes. So you can think of exosome like WhatsApp messages between cells. They carry important instructions telling damaged heart cells how to survive and how to repair. But in my research, I'm not just sending a normal message. I'm enhancing the message. So here is the idea. First, I isolate exosomes from stem cells using the cheapest and gold standard method, which is ultracentrifugations. And to make it better, we enhance the exosome content with a compound called dimethyl oxaloglycine. By using this compound, we can increase the productions of exosome and enhance their therapeutic cargo so that the message inside the exosome will become stronger, potent, and more effective. And to test if our idea is really working, we then introduce this exosome to a damaged heart cells to see if they can reverse and repair the injury. Therefore, our research groups are hoping to see that these enhanced exosomes can significantly protect the heart from chemotherapy-induced cardiotoxicity. In hope, in the future, patients may not have to choose between treating cancer or protecting their heart, because surviving cancer should not come at the cost of your heart. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Nurinad Binti Johan. Judges, the floor is now yours for the question.
Okay, thank you very much for the presentation. So, just a bit of curiosity. If you inject the stem cell directly into the organ, heart is an organ as well, wouldn't it improve the condition directly without this enhancement?
Okay, first of all, I would like to clarify about my research. My research is not about injecting the stem cells into the organ. My research is about we extract the exosome from stem cells, because every cell in our body will release exosomes. So these exosomes we extract and then we will inject into the organ. Not to the organ, but into the bloodstream and go to the organ.
So hence the question. So without that extraction, if we inject the stem cell as it is, without this research itself, will it still work?
Actually, it's a bit risky because injecting cells directly to the organ will cause tumor formation. Yeah, that's why we are currently interested in alternative way, which is using the exosome itself.
Thank you very much. Thanks.
All right. Is there any other question from the judges? I guess no. All right. So judges, now the time is yours for you to finalize the score. And once again, thank you, Ms. Nurinad. And now we have come to our 10th presenter for today. From Faculty of Engineering, please join me to welcome Ms. Ng Yuen with the title of her presentation, More Than Just Heavy Rain, the Supply and Demand of Flood. The floor is yours.
Think about this. If I have a handful of 100 ringgit cash on my hand, yeah, I just throw them into the water. It sounds crazy, right? But in December 2021, Malaysia lost 6.1 billion ringgit in a single flood event. That's like throwing money to the water. Houses destroyed, business shut down, life disrupted. We usually blame the rain. It's too heavy. But my research suggests that the problem isn't just water coming down. This is a failure of supply and demand. In my research, I look into the Flood Regulating Ecosystem Services, FRES. The supply of FRES measures the ability of the nature, like the soil, the trees, to absorb and slow down the water, like a sponge. So the higher the ability, the higher the FRES supply. While for the demand, we look into how vulnerable are people to the flood. We want to see where are the locations people have lower income level, have more elderly live, where are the people demanding for flood protection. So we produce two things: supply map with 64 scenarios, different rainfall duration, different return periods, and also demand map with 9 different indicators from socioeconomic data. So by mismatching the supply map and the demand map, using Geographic Information System, GIS, we superimpose and produce FRES Priority Area Map. This map pinpoints the locations where the demand for flood protection is high, but the supply from nature is critically low. Maybe you will ask, why does this matter? Right, because we have limited funds. We cannot just randomly choose the places to put flood protection. It tells the government, don't spend money anywhere, spend it here, in this location where the supply-demand imbalance is critical. So by using my framework, we can ensure that every ringgit spent on flood protection goes to where it saves the most life and property. With that, we stop throwing money into the water and start investing it wisely. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Yuen. Judges?
Hi, Yuen.
Hi.
Okay, so when you talk about flood protection, what specifically are you talking about?
Flood protection, yeah. Because what I am doing is I produce a supply map which I put in different rainfall scenarios, like different duration and also the event, big event or small event, and also couple out, superimpose with the demand map, and then to produce a priority area map to put the flood protection to indicate where other places for us to put flood protection is more important.
Okay, my question is, what do you mean by flood protection? What are these things that fall under this category of flood protection?
I see. Okay, the flood protection includes gray and also green solution, maybe, because in my research, I actually focus more on the green solution, which includes like green roof, green walls, permeable pavement, wetlands, like all nature-based solution. Yeah, a gray solution means like a dam or like sewerage or like anything using concrete. Yeah, so this FRES, we can see the population, the distribution of the green area in the nature, and then we can prioritize area with low the green area and also more demanding for the flood protection. Yeah.
Thank you very much for the explanation.
Thank
So
you.
how do you know which area is flood prone? How do you measure that?
I measured according to the rainfall distribution. I can see that where are the locations where have more rainfall, and also depending on the historical flood map, I get the data from the Department of Irrigation and Drainage to see the flood report and then locate the hotspots of where are the location that is frequently flooded like that.
So what is your methodology here? How do you simulate this whole thing? How do you superimpose?
I superimpose using ArcGIS. Yeah, and then produce the map from supply, produce map from demand, and then click them using the ArcGIS tools, and then it can become the map like this.
Any more questions? Nope. All right, thank you very much. Now we'll wait for the finalized marks. All right, let's move on to our next participant. She's from Faculty of Science with her presentation titled Hidden World of Drugs Inside MOFs, a Molecular Hide and Seek. Please welcome Ms. Tan Yifei.
Imagine you are holding a tiny grain of powder. It looks solid, still ordinary. But if we could shrink down 1 billion times, we will discover there is a hidden world inside this solid. A world of tiny spaces, narrow pathways, and corners that are too small for us to see. These materials are called metal organic frameworks, MOF. And this is not the Ministry of Finance, a different kind of MOF. In my research, I study what happens when a lung cancer drug enters this hidden world. Once inside, the drug molecule does not simply stay in one place. It moves. It explodes. So, I ask one simple question. When the drugs enter the mouth, and where does it go? This question is important because in drug delivery, timing matters. If the drug is released too quickly into the body, it may cause harm. If the drug is trapped too strongly, it may never be useful. Now, here is the problem. In the lab, I can load the drug and measure how much drugs goes in. But I cannot watch the drug moving inside those tiny spaces. So I use computer simulation to see the invisible. First, GCMC. Think of it like opening the building door and asking, how many gas will come in under these conditions? This will tell me how many drug molecules will enter. Second, MD. This is like turning on a tiny camera inside the structure. Now, I can watch what happens after the drug enters the mouth. How they move, settle, and drift toward the exit. And this is where my research connects both worlds. Experiment tells me what happens in real life, simulation helps explain why. And when these two agree, something powerful happens. We stop guessing. We start understanding. Because a better drug delivery is not just about loading more. It's all about understanding where the drugs goes, what make it stay, and what make it leave. This is the game of my hide and seek. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Tan Evie, for a wonderful presentation. Judges, do you have any question?
Hi, Ms. Tan. Well done for the presentation. Can you explain a little bit more about, because there are different types of drugs. So which drugs that you are focusing in your project? Which types of drugs? I mean,
which type of drug? In my research, I study alpha-tinib. So it's actually a targeted drug for the non-small cell lung cancer, and it's hydrophobic drug. So basically, it has a poor solubility problem in drug delivery. So that's why I'm using MORPH to improve the solubility and the biocompatibility of this drug, so they will have a better efficiency in our body.
do you think your finding will be different if you change the drug to different type of drug?
Definitely will have a different results, because every morph and every drug will have a different interaction in between, because the interaction are the one we are looking for. If the interaction between morph and drugs are too strong, so they might not release in a better way. If the interaction are moderate, so they might perform in a slow and controlled release.
All right, is there any other question from the judges? I guess no. All right, so terima kasih once again. Thank you, Ms. Tan, Evie, and let's wait for our judges to finalize their score. Ladies and gentlemen, we have come to our last presenter for today. It's a long day, right? All right, so he's coming from Faculty of Medicine and Health Science with the title, The Hidden Factor in Blood Sugar Control When Genes Make the Difference. Please join me to welcome Mr. Muhammad Fikri bin Ahmad.
Let's think about this. A three patient sitting in the same clinic. Let's meet Ali, Meme, and Raju. They are diagnosed with the same disease, type 2 diabetes mellitus. They receive the same medication at the same dose from the same doctor. 6 months later, Ali improved. Meme struggles, and Raju is still not under control. So the question is, why? Type 2 diabetes is rising rapidly in Malaysia. But here's the problem. We treat patients as if they are all the same. We give the same drug, same dose, but yet very different outcome. One possible reason may lie deep within us. Our genes. A small differences in our DNA can influence how our body handles the medication, how it is transported, and how well it works. But here's the issue. Most of what we know now come from the population that do not represent Malaysian. So for our patient, at best, we are still guessing. So I ask myself a simple question. In Malaysian patient, could genetic differences explain why the same treatment work for some patient but not for others? To find out, I studied 3 major ethnic groups, Malay, Chinese and Indian, and examined how their genes influence their response to diabetes treatment. What I found was striking. In Malay population, certain genetic patterns allow the drug to move more efficiently in the body, leading to better blood sugar control. But some Chinese and Indian, they have different genetic patterns that may limit how well this drug works. So the same drug, different patient, and different response to treatment. Perhaps the reason Ali improved, Meme struggles, and Raju is remain at risk was not doctors, not the drug, but their genes. My research brings us closer to personalized medicines, where treatment is guided not only by the disease, but also by patient genes. Because in the future, the question will no longer be, what is the best drug for diabetes? But rather, what is the best drug for you? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Muhammad Fikri. Judges, now is one last time for you to ask question to our presenter today.
Beside race background, is there any other factor that might also impact your finding, like age factor, or maybe, I don't know, diet, behavior, something like that?
Right, so that's one of the limitation of the study. I would say the challenge that we face during the study, because the diabetes itself, the risk to diabetes and the possibility of the patient responds differently to a treatment is multivariable to different kind of factor: age, gender, ethnicity, their type of treatment, their adherence to medications. Some patients adhere strictly, but some patients take less responsible for their treatment. So there's different kind of variable that we take into consideration.
Is there any other question from the judges? All right, we're good. I think terima kasih once again to Mr. Muhammad Fikri bin Ahmad, and let's give our judges to finalize their score. Ladies and gentlemen, that concludes the final presentation for our competition today. So, can we give it up for our 12 presenters for today for their wonderful presentation? Congratulations.
We now invite our esteemed judges to proceed to the holding room to finalize the scores. Participants, please remain seated as the judges deliberate and determine who are the winners.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, once again, thank you for your patience. But the result are not with us yet. Okay, we are still, guessing. Yeah, just waiting and guessing who will be the winner for today. But we are excited to announce the top 4 winners who will be representing UPM at the national level in the upcoming competition in July. But before we
announce the results, let's invite the head of the educating panel to share her thoughts and comments on the overall performance of our participants today. Please welcome Associate Professor Dr. Liliati Ismail to the stage.
Assalamualaikum and a very good evening. Professor Dr. Rismawati Said, Professor Dr. Niti Hirawati Kamaruzaman, and my fellow judges, the finalists, and everyone present here today. So it has been both a privilege and a pleasure for me to serve as the head jury for today's 3-minute thesis final competition at UPM level. And today we have witnessed an inspiring showcase of intellectual rigor, clarity of thought, and the ability to communicate complex research in just 3 minutes. So a big round of applause to our finalists. So also to our finalists, we would like to extend our greatest congratulations, our heartfelt congratulations for all of you. And reaching this stage in itself is already a remarkable achievement. Each of you have demonstrated not only the depth of your research, but also the rare ability to present your research in a way that is clear, engaging, and impactful within just 3 minutes. Okay, perhaps a few comments for improvements for future participants, perhaps in the 3MT competition in the following years, and perhaps also for maybe our winners who will be representing us in the national level competition. So one of the things that perhaps can be improved on is sustaining audience engagement throughout the 3 minutes. Some of you started very strong, but perhaps, in terms of the content and presentation, it sort of, did not sustain as much as it could. Okay, and secondly, this is the 3MT thesis competition. It's about your thesis, therefore it should cover all the aspects of your thesis. Perhaps more emphasis could have been given to design and methods. Okay, all right. Again, I congratulate all of you. And on behalf of the judging panel, I would also like to commend the high standard of presentations we have seen today. And the competition was exceptionally close. Okay? It was close, and the deliberation process was, of course, rigorous and careful. And I would like to take this opportunity to congratulate the winners as well. You will soon know who you are. And I would also encourage you to remember, all of you to remember that your work is valuable, and your journey is ongoing. And the skills you have demonstrated here will carry you far beyond this competition. Okay, so with that, I thank all of you, and I wish all of you the very best. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Associate Professor Dr. Liliati, for the thoughtful comments. All right, the results are in. Okay, and the winners are not yet. No. Okay.
Sorry, you got to wait, all right? Because we would like now to present a small token of appreciation to our esteemed adjudicators for being with us today. And to do so, we would like to invite Professor Dr. Rusmawati Said, Deputy Dean of the Thesis and Student Development Unit, SGS, accompanied by Mrs. Nur Nadia Abdul Rahim, Head of Student Development Unit, to present the token.
Please join us in welcoming her. So firstly, we would like to invite the Chief Adjudicator, Associate Professor Dr. Liliati Ismail, to the stage.
And next, let's invite Technologist Dr. Muhammad Zohair Muhammad Nur.
Definitely not least, let us have Dr. Tamamaran Ganesan. We would like to request Professor Dr. Rusmawati to remain on the stage for the prize-giving ceremony. Now, the moment we have been waiting for, the results of the UPM 3-minute thesis competition 2026.
we will begin by announcing the winner of the People Choice Award. All right, are you excited? Okay, of course. And the winner with the highest number of vote goes to Anguan.
Congratulations.
Congratulations to Eng Yu Eng from Faculty of Engineering. Next, we will announce the winner for the Social Science category. The first runner-up for this category goes to Ngo Jun Hong with his presentation titled Avoidance is Better Than Cure. Congratulations once again. Ladies and gentlemen, the champion of the UPM 3-minute thesis competition 2026 for the social science category, it goes to Pabitra Paniselva from Faculty of Educational Studies with the title Before They Walk Away. Once again.
Congratulations. Alright, 2 more winners on the list. We will now announce the winner for the Science, Engineering and Technology category. First, runner-up goes to Nurinad Johan with a presentation title Surviving Cancer Without Losing the Heart, The Power of Tiny Messages.
And for social science category, please give it up for Ngo Jun Hong and Pabitra Paniselvam.
Congratulations to all the winners and definitely to the finalists for having your hard work and efforts recognized and rewarded.
Alright, we would like to invite all winners to be on the stage for a photography session. We also would love to invite all judges and of course Miss Nadia to be on the stage for this photo session. After this, participants, get ready. It's your turn after this. last but not least, can we have a group photo with the audience here? So maybe we can gather everyone to the center. And
To the center, those at the side. Yes, please join to the center seatings.
Alright, it's okay. The others, you can just join and be ready at the center of the seating. Alright, after this, we are going to gather the winner with our deputy dean after this.
And of course, all the committee members, you are most welcome to join at the center stage.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have now come to the end of today's program.
On behalf of the organizing committee, we would like to express our heartfelt gratitude to all the participants of the competition. Thank you once again to all the faculties, institutes and schools that have worked together with us throughout this journey.
My name is Nabila.
And I am Ahmed Farhan.
And we are truly honored to be the host for today.
And thank you and have a great day ahead of all of you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you.